involved a number of street gangs, so that should be interesting as well. So busy day ahead, and we hope you join us on Fox Local.
All right, big game today, Garrett. Who are you rooting for?
Oh, that's right.
3 o'clock.
Probably Argentina.
Argentina.
Yeah.
You're a Messi fan?
It's hard not to be, you know?
Okay.
Right.
I know. I mean, he plays in Florida, so I feel like, you know, right?
Yeah.
But I like the English,
Quickly,
too.
what you got?
I'm going to go with English by 1.
I'm going Argentina.
All right.
Come on, Messi.
Yep. 3 out of 4 news anchors say Argentina. There's your survey for today.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, live from Lake Mary here in our studios in Seminole County. We appreciate you joining us on this Wednesday morning on Facebook, on YouTube, and of course on Fox Local. It is shaping up to be a busy day, as it always is here in Central Florida, and we appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know a couple of the things that we are watching today before we jump right in. I can give you a live look on Capitol Hill, where we are hearing from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is speaking right now, being asked some questions by Senator Blackburn from Tennessee. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee that is holding a confirmation hearing right now for Todd Blanche. The president has nominated him to be the Attorney General of the United States. And so we are waiting to see what all comes out of this and what the vote ends up being. We're also monitoring another hearing, the Senate having a hearing about fraud, and so going to be interesting to see what comes out of that. So a couple of things on Capitol Hill that we are watching, number of things locally we're going to be talking about today. Some new theme park announcements, some of the anticipation for Christopher Nolan's new movie, The Odyssey, which comes out in theaters this week. And everyone's saying kind of the best way to see it is IMAX 70 millimeter. Well, there's only one of those theaters in Florida. It's in South Florida, and we're going to be speaking with them coming up a little bit later about the excitement surrounding this release. So that is part of it. We're also going to hear from the U.S. Attorney coming up a little bit later today, talking about bank fraud, a statewide bank fraud conspiracy that they say involved street gangs. So that's going to be interesting. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. We are also wanting your input today on locking the clock. We talked yesterday about the bill, the Sunshine Protection Act, that the House took up, that the House ended up voting on late yesterday afternoon after we were off of streaming here. The House, in a bipartisan vote, approved that to move that bill forward that would make daylight savings time permanent. So we want to know today, if that were to happen, if Congress were to lock the clock, would you prefer permanent daylight saving time? Would you prefer permanent standard time, or would you rather just keep switching clocks twice a year? We want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen. This is something that, now that the House has passed it, it will go to the Senate, and we'll see what happens there. This is a measure that President Trump has backed. He has thrown his support behind it. We know several lawmakers here in Florida support it, including Vern Buchanan, whose legislation that he wrote that bill in the House. And so you can see votes coming in, and this is about what you would expect. It's certainly a mix. Everyone has a different perspective on this depending on your lifestyle. So we want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Drop us a comment. Let us know what you think, maybe some of the reasoning for your decision and your position on this, and we will certainly see what happens. We'll continue to track this. Again, it faces an uncertain future in the Senate, some opposition from folks in some states where there would be sunrises just so late in the day if they stuck with the permanent daylight saving time. So going to be curious to see what your opinion is. Let us know. Again, vote in that poll, scan the QR code, go to fox35orlando.com/vote, and you can also leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. Right now, though, let's give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday. The sun is out now in this 11 o'clock hour, and a beautiful view of the city beautiful. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, a couple of things to talk about here.
Yes.
I know an update on the tropics. We got an area of interest that's being watched right now.
Yes.
But we're still just feeling the impacts of that Saharan dust.
Yeah, it's actually going to help to do a lot in terms of not only reducing our air quality, unfortunately, today, but it's also going to lower our rain and storm chances. We'll have some drier air. And this morning, it didn't feel quite, in my opinion, as terrible outside with the humidity today. And one of the big reasons why is because we have a little bit of drier air in place, just a pinch more as opposed to what's considered normal, in helping to reduce our moisture. And just, it's still kind of humid outside, don't get me wrong, and it's going to really heat up today, but it's just not going to be quite as intense as what we have felt. So that Saharan dust, kind of that orangish tan blob, we've got it still parked over Florida, and really especially central Florida, and it's going to really play a big role in our storm chances today. They're going to be very few and far between, only about a 20 and 30% chance at most is what we're going to see today, mostly to the south and east of that I-4 corridor is especially where we're going to see those. And they're going to develop as we get closer towards, say, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, very isolated, and they're really not going to grow much from there. We could see a couple, say, in parts of Lake County, into Marion County, Polk County, but really it looks like the majority of them are going to be to the east of Orlando and especially south and east of I-4. That's going to extend all the way from Volusia County into Seminole, Brevard, Osceola, and eastern Orange. That looks to be the kind of the sweet spot when it comes to the storms today. We will see a little bit of interaction with the Atlantic sea breeze, so that means we'll have a little bit of an increase in the coverage of some of these showers and storms, and maybe it will help to intensify them a little bit. But again, mainly areas east of Orlando, highest chances, and this is going to be due to that Gulf Coast sea breeze moving inland, and that's going to help to kind of race its way across the state and bring with it those higher chances of rain, but still 20 and 30% chance. Definitely manageable. Things will wrap up and wind down by, say, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So you can really see when we look at this map, kind of the bullseye, that yellow swath, no red to be had today, but you can see that yellow swath there indicating where we have those highest chances along the East Atlantic coast. When it comes to the rest of today, in the next 12 hours, we're looking at about a high of 94 degrees, so still pretty toasty out there. We're going to see a 20 and 30% chance of rain. Definitely manageable, and on both ends of the scale, this is not the hottest we've ever felt. Still gonna be pretty hot though if you're spending a lot of time outside, especially if you're doing anything, any sort of active, being active outside, I should say. But that 30% chance of rain is not gonna really happen until, say, 4, 5, 6 o'clock tonight. So let's talk about the tropics, because there's been a lot of noise about what's been going on in the Gulf. But as of right now, I'll be perfectly honest, development still looks unlikely. It's only a 20% chance. And this is all courtesy of an area of low pressure that could form in the northeastern Gulf. Now, the two big models we look at that we always talk about, the European and the GFS. The European, fully on board with an area of low pressure developing. The GFS hardly even shows anything trying to get going. So we want those two things to show something similar, so we can say, okay, they're on the same page. That gives us a pretty strong signal, but that's just not the case. It's been kind of up and down, back and forth, and this does happen pretty often when we talk about systems this far out, and it just makes for a complicated forecast, bottom line. So what we know is that there's going to be a weakening front sinking its way to the south. It's going to be fading, an area of low pressure. It's going to form off of that. This is very common for us to see this time of year. We call these kind of homegrown systems. And the bottom line is how close it's going to form to the land, period, meaning somewhere along the Panhandle to the Big Bend. That yellow area is where we're kind of outlining things, the National Hurricane Center is. Regardless if it forms and organizes into anything or not, it's still going to be a rainmaker for us in Florida. That looks to be kind of the overall consensus, is we're likely still to get some rain out of this. At this moment, I think at the most we could see a tropical depression, but even still that's super uncertain. But again, it's going to be the amount of time it's able to sit out over the water, and if it is even going to be able to sit out over the water, because it's going to be all dependent on where it forms exactly. So a lot of questions. Bottom line, we have the dust. That doesn't help in the formation and development of something like this. We also have wind shear, so there's a lot at play here. We should know more as we get closer towards Friday, of course, but again, bottom line, this is just going to help to swing some tropical moisture our way. That bright green you see, especially the neon green, that's tropical moisture. That just means added rain and storm chances. It'll be heavier rain where it does rain at that, so this is going to be heading into the weekend. So I know it's unfortunate with weekend plans, but you might not even notice a huge difference, especially if this stays disorganized, which I think it will based on everything we know now. And also just kind of historically speaking, with these types of systems, they kind of struggle quite a bit. So while yes, there are some warm waters, it's got to battle a lot. Bottom line, it will help to bring some rain our way, especially for the Gulf Coast where they still kind of need it. They haven't had a ton of rain. We haven't had really drought-busting rain yet along the Gulf Coast, so that should help in that neck of the woods. So when it comes to us here at home, we'll see a 20% chance today, 30% chance today, but 20% chance, I would say, in the Orlando area specifically, 30% chance tomorrow, 50% chance Friday. So we can totally see that upward trend when it comes to the shower and storm chances, but that'll carry us into early parts of next week. So when we talk about tropical air, it's going to be very warm, very muggy, those big raindrops, a lot of rain over a short span of time. That's what we can expect. Wouldn't be shocked if we did up these numbers too when it comes to the chance of showers and storms, but I kept us at a 60% chance for now just because there still is that level of uncertainty. But again, I don't think Bertha will form. If it does, it would be really, really short-lived and by the hair on its shit, I think, but because only a 20% chance of development. You'll hear us talk more about this in the coming days, but bottom line for us, we're just going to see more rain.
Just the moisture, the tropical moisture.
Yes, tropical moisture. So the big raindrops that we can see, and if you've been caught in the rain under one of those downpours, you know it's like an immediate soaker. It drops a lot of rain over a short span of time. So that's going to be kind of the rain activity we're looking at into early next week. By middle parts of the week, it looks like we'll kind of ease back into what's considered to be normal levels of moisture.
All right, sounds good. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. And as we go to break here, going to pull back up our poll that we are wondering today how you feel about locking the clock and the Sunshine Protection Act that passed the House just yesterday and now heads to the Senate. If you had to pick, would you like to keep daylight saving time permanent? Would you rather keep permanent standard time, or are you good with changing the clocks a couple of times a year? We want to know what you think, so vote in our poll. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to leave this up for a minute so you can get those votes in. We'll watch those results come in together, and then we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and our question right now, we want to know how you feel about changing the clocks and locking the clock, and whether you think that we are better off by locking one of them in or by continuing to change the clocks. And we're asking this because of what came out yesterday, the Sunshine Protection Act passing the House in a bipartisan vote, and now heads to the Senate, that could end up making daylight saving time permanent. And so we want to know how you feel about that. If you think one should be locked in, or if you think we are better off continuing with that twice yearly switch. And by no surprise, there are a lot of comments coming in, because we ask not just that you vote, but maybe give us some of your thinking and your reasoning behind it as well. So I want to bring in producer Reina Nieves joining us live now. Reina, I know you've been monitoring the comments that have been coming in on Facebook and on YouTube, and a lot of people with thoughts on this. So what are we hearing when it comes to locking the clock or continuing to change?
So a lot of opinion, as you said. So JJ Delfino is saying to leave it the way it is right now from Facebook. Shout out to him. Another person, Ellen, she is saying sunrise at 8 a.m. Kids are going to school in the dark. Tried it in 1974 and we hated it then. Why would it be any different? So what she's referring to is back in 1974 when Congress reversed this passing of the semi-annual clock change, and they reversed it after public backlash, so that's what she's referring to. And also shout out to one of our top viewers on Facebook. They say to keep it standard. So a lot of differing opinions, Garrett.
What do you have strong feelings one way or the other, Reina?
I voted keep it twice. I like knowing it's going to get dark early in the winter and early sunrises in the spring, summertime.
Yeah, it's kind of having those seasonal rhythms. I understand that. You know, I get the points, all of the different opinions here. So I think it's one of those interesting things, because it really just, I think, depends on folks' schedules, their routines, and that kind of thing. So kind of be hard, I think, to get one consensus. But it looks like 59% of you right now saying permanent daylight saving time is the way to go. Well, Reina, we appreciate you hopping in, and keep an eye on those comments. Let us know if anything else good comes in.
Keep the comments coming.
Yeah, keep those comments coming, and you can continue to vote as well in our poll on fox35orlando.com/vote, and by scanning the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Well, we still have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we appreciate you joining us today. I do want to get you to Capitol Hill, where we were hearing some of the testimony from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is facing questioning in the Senate Judiciary Committee right now for a confirmation hearing. As we talked about, he is previously the president's personal lawyer. He has been the acting attorney general since Pam Bondi stepped down. He was deputy under her for a while, but has now been acting attorney general since she left her post, and President Trump nominated him to take that role permanently. And so we're hearing some questioning right now. This is Chuck Grassley, who is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Ashley Moody also sits on this committee, I should note, so we may hear from her shortly. But let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes live on Capitol Hill right now.
Senator Schmidt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, welcome. You're entering this arena and this confirmation hearing as the nation's chief law enforcement officer at a very interesting time in our country's history, where the folks on the other side of the dais, the Democrats, in my view, have just taken an all-out assault on the men and women of this country who serve in a law enforcement capacity. We just, a couple of months ago, got through a government shutdown where I was on the Senate floor listening to things that I never heard, certainly an elected official say, in characterizing the men and women who serve this country to enforce its laws, calling them the Gestapo, President Trump's secret police, masked mercenaries. This is insane. These calls to defund ICE, this hammer and sickle wave that came through New York just a few weeks ago that's now dominating the discussion on the other side of the aisle. The central plank, of course, is defunding the police, assaulting, overthrowing Western civilization. This is not your grandfather's Democrat Party, and you're fielding questions that I think are totally unfair. But it's all meant, I think, to undermine and demoralize. I saw it in my time as Attorney General in Missouri, where we had a Soros-funded prosecutor who refused to prosecute crime. And police officers, many retired early. Fewer came into the ranks to protect and serve. And so you're coming at an important time. I think President Trump, like he has with the military, has inspired the men and women on the front lines to serve. You're helping, I think, restore that with your focus on violent crime, your focus on fraud. I heard one of my colleagues say that this is the most troubled Department of Justice in history. I happen to live through the previous administration, where you had a Department of Justice completely weaponized against political opponents. They tried to throw their chief political opponent in jail, ruin his family's lives. You were his lawyer to see some of that, and I was with you in a courtroom in New York to witness that defense in one of those cases. Were aimed against Catholics in this country who happen to attend a traditional Catholic Latin Mass. Went after parents under the Patriot Act for showing up to school board meetings to object to critical race theory or the masking of their kids. We lived through Jack Smith, and the chairman has just revealed new revelations, of course, that he was reading text messages. By the way, Jack Smith testified under oath he didn't do that. He testified that they just had the phone logs. We know that's not true now. Jack Smith should be subject to prosecution for lying to Congress. So this weaponization, let's draw a distinction. When you go after your political opponents, that is a weaponization. When you hold people accountable who weaponize the justice system, that's not the same thing. So you have a very important job. I want to highlight a few things that you've done in your time as acting Attorney General. Hopefully, as Attorney General, you're confirmed. You created the National Fraud Enforcement Division. I think this is very, very important. I think it's the tip of the iceberg, what we're seeing in Minneapolis, in California, and places that I think the work will continue. Carried out the largest healthcare fraud takedown in department history, expanded the fight against Medicaid fraud after the $90 million Minnesota fraud takedown. You secured 6 fraud convictions involving more than $1.1 billion in less than 3 weeks. Cleared the backlog of immigration cases, allowing for deportations, more deportations. You filed a historic number of denaturalization cases. You secured major anti-DEI wins against IBM and PayPal. You ended the EEOC's racist disparate impact regime. You secured 450 years of prison time for Antifa members involved in the terrorist attacks against ICE. You prosecuted the Southern Poverty Law Center for secretly funneling millions of dollars to the KKK and neo-Nazis. That's a hell of a record in 100 days. But more work continues. I want to talk about a few things that I'd like to, and I'm going to allow you to answer, to focus on. First, I think we have to break this sanctuary city scam, the system. To the people watching or listening at home, what is a sanctuary jurisdiction? Here's what it means. It means that if you are a criminal child rapist and you're here illegally and you've been released from prison, they will not tell federal immigration authorities that that person is being released. They would rather have that individual, that monster, released into the community than be deported. That's how sick this regime is. And so we were able to secure in the ICE funding, I was able to secure in the ICE funding $350 million to clean up this mess, to allow ICE in those sanctuary jurisdictions to actually carry out those deportations. Sanctuary cities be damned. Will you use every tool that you have in your toolbox to go after these sanctuary jurisdictions?
I mean, absolutely. You just hit the nail on the head when you described one example, but there are thousands of examples of our law enforcement agents being put at risk because instead of going into a jail to arrest somebody or take somebody who's here illegally, even with a final order of deportation, that individual gets released in the community, and it puts everybody in the community at risk. It puts law enforcement at risk. It's not consistent with the law. And so, yes, I definitely pledge to you that we will do everything that we can at the department to combat that.
The second one is to crush the machinery that converts illegal conduct into political power for the left. And I'm talking about the racial gerrymandering, the straw donations, foreign money, identity theft, fraudulent online contributions, the nonprofits that finance extremism while lying to their donors. Will you enforce the Constitution and Voting Rights Act against unlawful racial gerrymandering and investigate credible evidence of straw donations, foreign contributions, identity fraud, and other illegal activity through ActBlue or other fundraising platforms?
Yes, of course, Senator, yes.
Thank you. Third, protect free speech from the new censorship machine. Search engines determine what information Americans find. We're more and more reliant on these things. App stores determine which platforms can reach the public. AI systems increasingly determine which claims are treated as true, false, respectable, extreme, or beyond discussion. Will you enforce a zero-tolerance policy for federal officials who pressure technology companies to suppress lawful speech and work with Congress to expose communications between federal agencies and the companies controlling search, social media, app distribution, and AI?
Absolutely, yes, Senator.
Thank you. I want to just give, for the 2.5 minutes I have left with my time, I guess give you an opportunity. You saw what happened to the Department of Justice under Merrick Garland and the dirtbag Jack Smith and under Joe Biden's regime. What lessons do you draw from that?
The biggest one is that the Department of Justice belongs in the business of protecting our communities. And so when I talked about during my opening statement about bringing the violent crime rates down and combating fraud and going after the fentanyl crisis in this country, that's the lesson I learned, is that we do not need to be spending millions and millions of dollars, bringing hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of prosecutors to D.C. To go after literally an entire administration. Yes, the president, yes, his family, but also anybody that knew him, anybody that worked with him. His gardener at Mar-a-Lago was targeted. We should not be doing that. We should be arresting bad guys. We should be, and that's what we're doing. So we're empowering assistant U.S. attorneys around the country, FBI, ATF, marshals, DEA, HSI agents, to go out and make communities safe. And in my mind, where it comes to the federal government, that's combating drug dealing, combating illegal immigration, narco-terrorism, using our HSTF task forces, and above all, and just as importantly, is fraud and bringing money that is stolen from the American taxpayer and getting it back and putting the guys responsible in prison. That's what I've learned, is that we can just go out and do our jobs, and we can do it. There'll be noise in D.C. Like I said, we prosecuted nearly 100,000 informations and indictments since January 20th. We're talking about 3 or 4. And that's the message that I take to prosecutors around the country.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you early on with this administration in Kansas City, but specifically in St. Louis, working with the department, Kash Patel, others. St. Louis got the largest.
This confirmation hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill as Todd Blanche testifies, and I do want to go back to something I said earlier. Ashley Moody has already spoken. She already had the chance to speak apparently in this hearing. So we'll hear from her coming up in a little bit, play that for you. But right now we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come though, so don't go anywhere. And if you haven't voted in our poll just yet, let's pull this up again for you. Let us know how you feel about changing the clocks. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. We want to know if you're a fan of daylight saving time year-round, standard time year-round, or keeping that twice yearly switch. Also, a quick update for you. Looks like that hearing, confirmation hearing, is either taking a break or it has ended. So we'll let you know about that. But we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to get you to a news conference that happened just a little bit ago in Orlando, where we heard from State Attorney Monique Worrell, who is the State Attorney for Orange and Osceola counties. That's the 9th Judicial Circuit here in Florida, where she gave an update about her office. She does this every quarter or so, giving an update on some numbers, some statistics, and also highlighting some cases. Here she's going to talk about the 111 trials that her office was a part of, and also highlights a few cases that resulted in the defendants being sentenced to life in prison, and also talked about some juvenile justice reform efforts and initiatives. So here is that news conference in Orlando just a little bit ago.
Good morning. I cannot believe it is already the second quarter that I'm going to be updating you all on, but let's get to it. As always, I'd like to start with the mission of the State Attorney's Office. It is to use data-driven methods to hold offenders accountable, provide restorative justice for victims, redirect children and people in need of services in an attempt to build stronger, safer communities, and aiming to achieve the highest standards of ethics and competence in order to promote a fair and equitable legal system. I am so pleased to report that the office is in fact stabilizing. When I came back to office in January of 2025, we had an office that was pretty disjointed, in transition, a lot of new people without proper training, a lot of people who were in positions that were a little big for them and their years of experience. But over the last year and a half, we have worked very hard to stabilize the office, and we are now beginning to see the fruits of that. We have a large class starting in August. Shanna, how many are in that class? 32. We have 32 new lawyers who will be joining us in our August class. So we are building the bench. We have more lawyers who are coming to work here. We have lawyers who are staying and lawyers who are getting better with their craft. So I'm really, really excited about the stability that's happening in this office. In the second quarter, we had 111 trials. So our state attorneys have been very, very busy. There were 111 trials. 51 of those trials were felony trials, 38 were misdemeanor trials, and 22 were juvenile trials. And I am so excited to report that in our circuit court conviction rates, we have seen the increase that I have been hoping for and working towards. In our overall conviction rate, it is now up to 80% for the second quarter. Specifically in property crime, it's 88%, up from 80 in Q1. It's 82%, up from 79 in Q1. For narcotics, it's up to 71% from 37% in Q1. Sex crimes is up to 73%, up from 50% in Q1. Economic crimes is up to 100%, and homicide remains at 100%. So these results are something to really be proud of. Our team has worked diligently to come in every single day and do their best to provide safety in our communities, holding offenders accountable and getting justice for victims and survivors. Some of those cases that I want to talk about this morning. The case of Javier Rosado Martinez is a 2022 case. The charges in this case were murder and attempted sexual battery. The Office of the State Attorney, this was a case that was a capital case, and Mr. Rosado was eligible for the death penalty. The office sought the death penalty. This week, a verdict was returned of guilty, and Mr. Rosado was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This was a case that went on for several years. As you can see, it happened in 2022, and it was just resolved this week in 2026. You know, this was a case involving an elderly woman and one of the most vulnerable victims in our community. So I was very glad to see that the jury found Mr. Martinez guilty and that he will serve the rest of his life in prison, ensuring that we can keep our community safe. The next case is involving John Beebe. It's a 2021 case. Mr. Beebe was charged with 2 counts of elderly exploitation. It is an economics crimes case where he essentially utilized his access to someone who had entrusted him with their finances, and he exploited them. He was found guilty of those charges, and he will be sentenced on August the 17th. We also released information either this week or last with regards to the case of Eddie Nollicent. Eddie Nollicent was charged with 4 counts of sexual battery for battering someone who had been trusting him as a spiritual advisor. Again, among the most vulnerable in our community, when someone entrusts someone as a spiritual leader and they take advantage of that, that is, you know, among the most despicable crimes that someone can commit. The jury found Mr. Nollicent guilty, and he will be sentenced on September the 11th. So these are just a few cases that I wanted to highlight out of the many trials that happened here in the second quarter. I want to now turn to a community initiative that I have been working on, the Missing Middle Juvenile Justice Initiative. And essentially, we have been meeting since April. We focus on the increase in violent crimes committed by juveniles, the system's inability to address it, and how the cases are handled. We've been having real conversations, we've been discussing real solutions so that we can, as a community, implement better outcomes for our youth. Here are some photos from some of our missing middle town halls that have taken place over the last quarter. And our next missing middle town hall is scheduled for August the 25th from 5:30 to 7:30, and there will be details on our website and on our social media regarding how you can sign up if you are interested in attending. Questions?
Recently, your office decided not to prosecute the officer for that fatal crash that killed 92 Orlando Ortiz. I have the disposition memo here. Could you please address this decision? And then my second question, what do you believe accountability should look like in a case like this where an officer took the life of a member of our community?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's really important for people to understand when charges happen or don't happen, because in this case there weren't any charges that were brought to us by an agency. My office actually reached out because of the concern of the community, because we wanted to make sure that we took a look at this case for ourselves and made sure that there weren't any charges that were warranted. Sometimes we do this in our officer-involved shooting cases because one of my commitments to the community was to ensure that officers are not treated any better but also no worse than any member of the community when something happens, especially when it includes the fatality of one of our community members. So we reached out to OPD. They were cooperative. They provided us with their investigation. My traffic homicide unit reviewed that investigation and found that there were not the elements that would be present in order for us to file criminal charges in that case. It's really important to understand that the criminal system and the civil system are different, okay? We file charges against people who have committed a crime knowingly and willfully. The elements were not present here for us to substantiate that or to support that. What happens in civil court is something completely different, and our office is removed from that.
One thing I'll say to that is two things. We've been asking for the video of this alleged U-turn that was the impetus for him to drive. What exactly is this statute why you can't release that? And secondly, the officer knew his vehicle wasn't working properly. He had documented histories of lights and sirens. So didn't he know he was essentially enacting a traffic stop where his lights and sirens might not have worked properly?
So again, what you're talking about is civil and not criminal. Our only focus is assessing whether or not someone is criminally culpable for an incident that takes place. Obviously, it is very, very difficult whenever there is a death. One of the hardest cases that we deal with in this office are traffic homicide cases, because when someone dies, generally people want someone to be accountable for that. And I completely understand that, but that is why our system provides us options to handle a case criminally or civilly to compensate for the loss of life. And in this case, there just wasn't anything that led to criminal liability.
Why can't you release the video of that alleged U-turn? I've asked your office multiple times. They're saying some statutes because it's on private property. Like, why can't we get that video of the alleged U-turn that is mentioned?
So again, I think you said that the Public Records Department answered that question, and I don't have anything further than what they've responded on that issue.
And just lastly, this was filed on April 27th. I had to tell the family about this. I know you talked about budget cuts and victim advocates. Have you or anyone from your office spoken to the loved ones of Orlando Ortiz?
We have reached out to the victim's family repeatedly. And
it's not been the case now.
I understand that's what they've said, but we have records that show that we have reached out. So that's my answer for that.
Also this week we saw another horrible tragedy down in Osceola County. A young toddler got access to a firearm. Has that case made it to your office for review, and what potential charges could the parents regarding this face in this awful shooting death in the building on there?
So again, that case is far too new for me to even be able to begin to comment on it. The investigation is still being conducted, and while it's open and ongoing, I won't have any comments to make on it. You're welcome.
Why did your office decide it would no longer pursue charges against Jasper Rollins in the 2023 Desertland park shooting? I know the family of Trayvon Robinson is quite devastated.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. I've been briefed on that from my homicide attorney who handled that case. The witnesses in this case were all children. And when you have witnesses who are children, it is sometimes very difficult to get them to testify. In this case, witnesses who had given previous statements then recanted those statements, and the law enforcement, along with the prosecutors handling this case, conducted all of the investigation that they possibly could to bring this case to fruition, and they just were not able to produce the evidence that was necessary to move forward with this case. And, you know, again, that's another thing that's really important to understand. We have charges, we get charges from law enforcement. Their burden is not reasonable doubt. Their burden is probable cause. So if they have someone that says this took place, we can go with that and we can file those charges. But in order for us to take that case to trial, we have to have witnesses, and we have to have video, and if we have video, we have to have a witness to identify who the person is in the video. In this case, we did not have that evidence, so we weren't able to go forward.
But this doesn't necessarily prevent you from revisiting the case?
Oh, absolutely not. You know, a homicide doesn't have a statute of limitations. So in the event that any additional evidence comes to light, we can always revisit this case. And I was briefed by the attorney handling this case, and my understanding is that there were extensive conversations that were had with the victims' families, explaining this situation to them. And again, it's an outcome that nobody wants to see. No one wants to see a shooting where someone isn't held accountable, but we have to be able to meet our burden by proving a case beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this case, we just were not able to do that yet.
Madam Secretary, is your office reviewing the incident from last week in Lake North? There's been videos circulating on social media of a young man riding on an e-bike or a dirt bike, or cars seen knocking off that bike. Orlando police didn't make any arrests at the scene as they cited the juveniles. Have you seen that video? Are you reviewing that? Is that something that's come to your office?
So generally speaking, unless it's a case involving law enforcement that we take for independent review, the way cases make it to our office is by law enforcement making an arrest or sending over charges to us to review in lieu of an arrest. If we receive a case packet from law enforcement, then we will review the case. If we don't, then we likely will not.
Have you seen that video that shows a vehicle literally swerve off and knock it in?
I have not seen that video. Other questions? All right. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you for that.
State Attorney Monique Worrell answering questions from reporters at a news conference earlier today in Orlando. Now let me give you a live look in Pennsylvania. This is in the Philadelphia area, the Darby borough of Delaware County, where there is a large scrapyard fire that we've been keeping an eye on. This is south of Philly. And so we've seen firefighters. You see them there with their ladders spraying a lot of water on that. We're seeing fewer flames than we were, still quite a bit of smoke as you would expect, but it certainly looks, or it's beginning to look like more things. It's a little more under control than it was, but still seeing that heavy smoke in the area. Folks in that area officials in that area are advising folks to stay away from the area, not go outside, close their windows and doors. So just a big scene there south of Philadelphia that we are monitoring at this hour. I also want to give you another live look at Capitol Hill, where the confirmation hearing for Todd Blanche has continued, being questioned right now by Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut. And so we are continuing to monitor that hearing as well. Going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We now have an opening date for the Magic of Disney Animation at Hollywood Studios. And so joining us live now to talk about this and what we can expect with that as well, learning so many more of the new features. We've got Drew Smith, you know him as Drew the Disney Dude, joining us live now via Zoom. Drew, big announcement today, a lot of news coming out of this.
Yeah, our final big opening / debut for Walt Disney World this year in 2026 is the Magic of Disney Animation. And what I'm really looking forward to with this is that it's a return to form for Hollywood Studios. The Magic of Disney Animation actually already existed at the park a while back. It closed for Star Wars launch day when we were going through that Star Wars craze, but now it's coming back in a brand new way with 4 big offerings, like I said, Garrett, opening on September 14th at the very end of summer. But I'm a big fan of Disney animation movies, so actually having an attraction with these experiences is something to look forward to.
So what can we expect with this? What all does this entail? What all can we expect to see once this opens?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying we already have that courtyard area open now, the Walt Disney Studios courtyard, which has been actually my favorite area to spend time in at Walt Disney World. You've got roaming characters, a lot of kinetic energy, kids and families getting to see their favorite characters just in the courtyard without waiting in line. And there's 2 shows back there already, The Little Mermaid, A Musical Adventure, and Disney Junior, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse Live. So this area has already started to come to life, but the attraction itself, opening on September 14th, is the big one. And inside, you're going to have 4 main things to experience. Olaf Draws, which is a brand new take on the Animation Academy, where you're going to get to learn how to draw your favorite Disney characters, but this time it's more of an actual attraction inside of an attraction with the brand new Olaf audio animatronics figure. Josh Gad has returned as the voice of Olaf, and he's going to kind of have this play between the animators on screen with Olaf to where kids are more interested in this attraction. And then right next door, you're going to have Drawn to Wonderland, an indoor playground. And this one, again, it's awesome because an indoor playground with the Florida weather is awesome, where parents can just sit to the side, take a minute to relax, the kids can have fun, and that's inspired by Disney legend Mary Blair's concept art for the original Alice in Wonderland. And then across the way, you're going to have Off the Page, and this is where you're going to actually get to meet these characters like Rapunzel and Donald and Daisy and Chip and Dale and Goofy and Mulan, which some of these characters were actually animated in this building decades ago, literally in the same exact spot you're going to meet them. So lots of full circle moments here. And the thing about this one that I'm liking a lot is that Off the Page, every place where you're actually interacting with these characters is inspired directly by how the actual animation process works. So as you're seeing with Rapunzel, kind of that multi-plane camera, I believe that's what that area is inspired by, how there's depth to these scenes back before when these movies were first being created. So there's a lot of honoring Disney's history there with that area, and just being able to meet those characters that you're seeing in the courtyard now. They're going to move inside. And last but not least, you cannot have a Disney animation attraction without Once Upon a Studio. That was the short film that debuted back in 2023 for the Walt Disney Company's 100th anniversary, and here it's going to have a special twist. So the short film itself is the same, but since you're actually in that theater in person, there's going to be some enhanced effects, and the portraits on the walls are going to come to life with brand new animation. So lots of things that we know and love, lots of those classic offerings, but all 4 of those things coming together, it's a lot to look forward to, and it opens pretty soon, just in a couple of months.
Yeah, it won't be long now. What does this add to the park that maybe Hollywood Studios had been missing for a little bit?
Yeah, I think the big thing with Hollywood Studios that I'm really looking forward to is some of the stuff we've seen debut recently, like Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, to the updates on misspeaking here. Millennium Falcon Smugglers Around with the Mandalorian and Grogu, and then the courtyard and all these shows, and then seeing this open is really the balance of offerings across the entire park. And also kind of like how I just mentioned, just how this honors what the park has had before. I think Disney clearly saw this space as, yeah, we really don't have much here. I mean, if you walked into Animation Courtyard before everything closed and got transformed, it kind of felt like the pandemic. There was no one back there at all. It was just abandoned. It was pretty much just a concrete pad. There wasn't much happening at all. Now you're really taking an area that desperately needed something. It's getting the investment and love that it needs, and what better way than to honor that actual feature animation building that is still there today. So where all those movies that were animated decades ago, that building is still there. Now they're like, all right, we can honor this by doing something brand new. And also, just like before, you have that Animation Academy experience that's been a part of Disney parks for decades. You have the Animation Academy out in California as well, but bringing it back in a new way with an Olaf animatronic this time, to where you're not just learning how to draw characters, but you kind of have that heart and humor of a character. And there's going to be some feedback on that one because you no longer have an animator in person, which, yeah, it's a big change, but I don't think we can review it yet because it hasn't debuted, and I'm sure Disney will be paying close attention to that feedback there as well. So it's just nice to see a classic offering alongside those recent things. And then I guess looking even into the future with Monstropolis, that Monsters Inc. land, that's the big one down the road. So just a wide variety of offerings. And I think that's really what makes Disney thrive, is when families can come to the parks together, have fun together, and then say, hey, let's all go to the parks. That's when you get that repeat visitor. And that's where the Disney love begins.
And kind of a renewed focus here on, on the animation, on the Hollywood Studios kind of part of Hollywood Studios.
Yeah, it's very much a return to form. And one of my friends, James at Guide to WW, another fantastic creator, he said it best: the future of Hollywood Studios is in the past. That's been sticking in my head so much talking about this attraction, because they just said, hey, we had this before, it was successful, we need to do something here. Why not honor Disney animation? And something I'm really kind of thinking about with like those characters in the Walt Disney Studios courtyard right now, and seeing how these kids react to these characters just running around and having fun. Like, I was in the courtyard yesterday and I saw Pocahontas just walk around with a little girl for 5 minutes. Her parents were just ecstatic seeing that memory being made. And like 5 feet away, I'm not exaggerating, Stitch was playing Duck Duck Goose with a group of about 12 kids. So I really hope that not only it makes them love Disney and these characters, but maybe even inspire the next generation of Disney animation artists to want to work on movies at Walt Disney Animation Studios, because you're quite literally getting to step into a unique version of the place that already exists out in California. They're taking so much inspiration from the actual Walt Disney Studios lot out in California and infusing all of that together with these 4 awesome experiences. So it's not just a new attraction, but I really think about, hey, could this be a great way to inspire kids to want to work for Disney and create these movies we'll be watching 10, 20 years from now? I think that'd be an awesome full circle moment.
Going to be cool to see what comes from that. And it opens September 14th. Drew Smith, you know him as Drew the Disney Dude. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Noon on this Wednesday, and thanks for staying with us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and welcome back in live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook right now. All right, a lot of talk about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, which releases this week in theaters everywhere, but it's not everywhere that you're going to be able to see it the way it was shot, the way the filmmakers intended, and that was in IMAX 70mm film. And there is only one place in Florida that you can actually see it that way. It's in Fort Lauderdale at the Museum of Discovery and Science. And so we are pleased to be joined today by the president and CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science. That would be Joseph Cox, joining us live now via Zoom. And Joseph, thanks so much for joining us. I imagine it's a busy and exciting week there.
It is a really, really busy week here at the Museum of Discovery and Science. You know, this is so much bigger than a movie. This, as you say, this is absolutely one of the greatest cinematic experiences that you're ever going to see. This is seeing a production in the way that director Christopher Nolan truly imagined it and truly filmed it, and only place in Florida that you're going to be able to see it, and one of only a handful of places in the world.
Yeah, just one of 40 cinemas in the world and 24 in the U.S. That can show it in this format. So why this format, Joseph? I'm sure that's a question you get all the time. Why is it that a filmmaker like Christopher Nolan would have shot and intended for this movie to be seen like this? What advantage does it give? What can viewers expect from the experience?
You know, it starts with the scale, right, Garrett? So, you know, our screen is 60 foot by 80 foot. You know, that's big enough to see a whale or perhaps a cyclops life size. And, you know, when you look at the film, it's a 1570mm film. So each frame is 70mm wide, 15 perforations. It gives you an intensity that is just unparalleled. And so every frame captures so much more information. And so when it's projected onto, you know, the biggest screen in Florida, you're seeing, you know, every bead of sweat, sweeping landscapes in detail that your eye just literally is taking in every corner because it fills the entire screen. So every single screen, you're not just watching a movie, you truly are immersed in it.
What does it take to run something like this?
The projection system alone is amazing. You know, IMAX is one of cinema's greatest technical achievements ever. And so we are so fortunate at the AutoNation IMAX Theater here at the Museum of Discovery and Science to have the original IMAX projection that has been carefully restored and looked after since 1992, as well as, you know, the latest, greatest digital projection system. But it takes an amazing team and, you know, huge recognition to the talented team that we have led by Armando, who's our Chief Operating Officer. They put together this complicated reel. You know, think about this. When it's a digital projection, you know, it's so much simpler. Every single frame has to thread through perfectly, consistently for the entire, you know, almost 3-hour length of the movie. And they do it perfectly every time to create this amazing cinematic experience.
How do you do that? Is that a lot of, is that training? Is that, what is that you know, allows you to operate it perfectly?
It's a lot of training. We've worked very closely with IMAX since we opened in 1992. It's, you know, annual trainings, annual inspections, repeated experiences to make sure that every detail we go through and make sure that, you know, there's not a speck of dust out of place on the screen. There's a whole complex system to make sure that the temperature, the humidity, everything in there is absolutely perfect to make sure that when our viewers come in to see this movie starting this week, it's going to be immaculate, breathtaking, and something that truly they may have never seen before.
Yeah, it's something that you can't just put it on autopilot. Got to be monitoring it as well, as I understand it, throughout the course of the movie.
Absolutely. They are there practically 24/7 for the next probably 6 weeks, making sure that every single aspect is able to be brought to life, because we want to make sure that when the Odyssey is shown, it truly is shown exactly the way that Christopher Nolan envisaged it to be seen. And this is, one of the only places that you're going to be able to see it the way Christopher Nolan truly imagined. And we know he is so spectacular of a director. You think about his work, whether Oppenheimer, Dunkirk, Interstellar, what all of these movies have in common is the spectacular scale, the awe, the attention to detail. And so our mission here at the museum is connecting people to inspiring science. And what better way to connect, cinematic storytelling, engineering, and technology to bring something to life in a very unique way.
How far out are y'all sold out for this, Joe?
So we have sold over 12,000 tickets so far. We are adding screenings fast and furiously. So there are still absolutely plenty of tickets for people to come see the movie. We are having people coming in from all over the state and beyond. From Orlando, it's a hop, skip, and a jump on the Bright Line. Bright Line's just across the street from the museum here in Fort Lauderdale. So we're expecting lots and lots of people to make the trip, come see this in a way that really is going to be breathtaking.
How much does a ticket run to watch it in IMAX 70 millimeter?
So tickets are $25. We also have an amazing VIP package, which is available as well. And perhaps for those of you who are new to Fort Lauderdale, we by far have the absolute best popcorn of any movie theater you will have been to. Our popcorn is spectacular.
I want to ask you about the experience of something like this. There has been a lot written over the past few years, death knells for movie theaters, obituaries written. But when you have a movie like this that truly is just an experience, and they say see it on the biggest screen you can, what does that do for movie theaters and just kind of the communal film watching experience?
I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Streaming is so convenient, but nothing compares to being in a movie theater surrounded by movie lovers or Greek mythology lovers or, cinema lovers, Christopher Nolan lovers, being in that shared experience, having the scale that we do. There are some big home movie systems out there, but none of them are 60 foot by 80 foot wide. None of them have 1570 millimeter film projection systems. None of them have a team of people making sure that every part of the experience is perfect. But there's something really special. It's almost like going to a concert, like going to a football game, like going to a soccer game, and having that shared experience, that shared memory. I think that's what makes this unique.
Have you gotten to see the film yet, Joe?
I have not. I've been really, really good. I have not taken a peek. I have not popped into the projection room, and literally because I want to do it the same way everyone else is. I'm going to be there with a group of friends, opening night, 5:30, in the queue. I want the whole experience that everyone else is going to enjoy.
What are you most looking forward to about kind of seeing it and experiencing like that?
For me, much like being the CEO of the museum, my biggest enjoyment is seeing, a child walking through the museum, having an experience for the first time, that wow moment, that aha, the moment their eyes light up and get excited by seeing, one of our amazing exhibits, or in the IMAX, having this amazing experience. I always like to stand outside afterwards and just listen to the buzz, listen to the energy, thank people for coming, and We know that people are going to be coming back multiple times. We've already had so many people buy multiple tickets because the screen is so big. The experience is so immersive. You're going to want to see it multiple times to take everything in.
So where can folks learn more if they're interested in trying to get one of those later new screenings that you might be adding to see this movie and experience it in IMAX 70mm?
Absolutely. Visit our website, www.mods.org, mods.org, and tickets are ready and available to be bought right now.
All right, Joseph Cox, President and CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science in Fort Lauderdale. Thanks so much for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus, and kind of taking us behind the curtain or behind the screen here about how this all works. Fascinating stuff, and it's going to be epic. I think there's no other way to say it.
Couldn't agree more. Garrett, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Sit on this poll for a minute, but then we'll come to you.
Gotcha. All right.
All right, our poll question today, we've been asking you if Congress were to lock the clock, do you have a preference? Do you want permanent daylight saving time as is being considered? The House approved that bill yesterday and now goes to the Senate. Would you rather keep standard time permanent, or do you say, I'd just rather keep switching the clocks twice a year? Looks like 60% of you out there are saying permanent daylight saving time, 21% saying permanent standard time, and about 19% saying keep that twice yearly switch. We want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know how you feel. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The Orlando Dreamers have a new ask out for some public money to help build a stadium that could be instrumental in bringing a Major League Baseball team here to the City Beautiful. And so joining us live now to talk about this and what this process has been like and the next steps moving forward, we have the J.C. Carnahan from the Orlando Business Journal, who's been reporting on this quite a bit. J.C., thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
It's good to see you again. I appreciate you having me on, man. Pretty exciting times. Obviously, it's baseball season. We just had the All-Star game last night, and locally here, nice topic of discussion in terms of baseball here in Orlando.
Yeah, hard not to dream about what the future could hold when you see some of the big spectacles like an all-star game like last night. So JC, okay, so the Dreamers are wanting close to $1 billion in TDT money. Talk to us about this ask that they have with the county.
Well, 3 years ago, the Orlando Dreamers, they weren't very far along in terms of, trying to bring baseball to Orlando, but they asked for the same amount of money, $975 million from the TDT, funding. And, 3 years later, they feel they're in much better position than they were back then. As you can see, they've been out in the community much more. They don't yet have an idea of what team would play here in Orlando, or even a site that they could build a stadium on. They have some ideas of where they'd like to build a stadium. They have some ideas of how this all could play out. But they figured, since they went ahead and did this 3 years ago, why not throw their hat in the ring once again? Because there's money for the taking. Basically, everyone's going to be trying to get a slice of that pie. And they figured if they want to be taken seriously in pursuit for Major League Baseball to come to Orlando, this is part of that process that they have to go through.
So they've applied for that money. What's the process to find out whether it's something that would be approved?
So what we have next now, the deadline to apply for TDT funding is on Thursday. And then starting Tuesday, we have an independent group who's going to hold 4 meetings to discuss applications and go through how much funding that people are asking for. And then after that 2-week window, then those recommendations will go to the Board of County Commissioners. And from there, they will decide how this all gets divvied up. And I believe in 2023 is well over $1 billion that was spread out. You had UCF had gotten money, the Convention Center had gotten money, and some different arts programs, museum types of stuff also got funding. I expect that plenty more of these same types of institutions are going to ask for funding, and so it's going to be hard to get your hands on it. I know the Convention Center is going to be putting in for more money. You've got Visit Orlando. You've got I think the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center would be in the running for something. So a lot of different entities here locally that are going to try to see if they can come away with something.
Yeah, I was curious what some of the competing interests might be here for some of that same money. What's the prognosis this time? If they submitted unsuccessfully before, what do you think happens this time? Do you think there's more of an appetite maybe this time for some of that money?
Well, from my opinion, I think, as I said, it doesn't hurt to at least give it a shot. Most importantly here, the one thing that people aren't thinking about, there's an election, is an election cycle that's ahead of us here. I'd be interested to know who is well connected enough with some people in power to kind of help get things done for them. I don't know that anyone's going to, give money out to a group that doesn't yet have a for sure plan in terms of like, okay, we know what team's coming here, we know it's an expansion team or a team moving in, or even where a stadium could be built. This funding is specifically towards the construction of a baseball stadium and 3 hotel towers. So we know what the money is supposed to be geared toward. My guess, if it does get approved, it's conditionally saying, hey, we'll give you X amount of dollars if these these things if this criteria can be met, that would be my guess for any sort of approval to go through for the Dreamers.
You can certainly understand the county wanting to say, wanting to know that there is a chance that there would actually be a team for that. You can also see Major League Baseball wanting to know that there would be that public funding that would be in place and ready to go. So how important do you think that TDT money is to kind of trying to secure a team for Orlando?
Garrett, you hit it right there. I mean, it's hugely important for the Dreamers to get some sort of some sort of government signing off on saying, hey, we are on board with this idea. We do see some value in it. And because Major League Baseball, that's specifically what they look for, the public and private partnership from a city to actually, to even be in consideration for something like this. So if they can get any dollar out of this, that's going to say a lot to Major League Baseball and to all the people who, were kind of maybe on the fence if this could actually happen or not.
And the Dreamers say that private funding is there. They say that's something they're not worried about.
That's what they've told me. They've told me that, they've told me that they've had to turn people away at this point because where they are right now, they're kind of settling right now. The idea is to find the right investors, not just all investors. That's pretty much the message that they relay to me. So when you have the kind of the past 3 years, the way that they've talked to different people throughout the years, the way that they're in the community now, there's a lot more eyes on them than there had been 3 years ago. More people with deep pockets are interested in being a part of it. Things didn't go well for the past couple people who were on that ownership, part of the ownership group in the past. But there are still people lining up to see if they can be part of it in the future. And, really, if you don't have any solid foundation, I don't know how you even try to plan for the future anyway. So they at least have that. They have a 3-year lease on an office space in downtown Orlando. So they're committed to see if by the end of the decade where they stand in terms of a potential landing spot for an expansion franchise or a relocation potential for an owner that maybe wants to sell and to move the team elsewhere.
So what's next, JC? What are you going to be watching for, and what might that indicate about the viability and the feasibility of this push?
Well, I'd like to find out how much money actually there is, to hand out in terms of this TDT funding. That's one thing that I think is very important for people to know is that we don't know how much, money is in, they're sitting and waiting. And we also don't know to the extent of how much, UCF is going to ask for, how much the convention center is going to ask for, how much all these different entities are going to ask for. I think that's all going to play a part. I mean, I think we'll learn a lot over the next 2 weeks as this task force gets together and talks things through. It'd be very interesting to find out the numbers behind it, and then kind of the recommendations, and then what the Board of County Commissions, the commissioners decide on. As I said, you've got a new mayor race coming up. You've got some seats opening up on the commission. So a lot's going to change, and I'd be interested to see if people are on board with making decisions today, as opposed to waiting, for maybe another year or so to make these decisions.
Going to be something interesting to watch. We'll continue to follow it. We'll continue to follow your reporting as well. JC Carnahan with the Orlando Business Journal. Thanks for taking the time and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Garrett, thank you. All the best to you all. Take care.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we are.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Give you a live look right now as we are seeing the Orange County Board of County Commissioners holding a budget workshop right now, talking all throughout the day today and also tomorrow, all about planning for the next fiscal year's budget. This would be 2026 and 2027. Right now, hearing from Anthony Rios, who is Chief of Orange County Fire Rescue, who is speaking and answering some questions right now as they work through some of the planning and some of the things to prepare for. Obviously, all of this comes amid the chance that property taxes, not just in Orange County, but across the state of Florida, could face significant reductions over the next few years, depending on what happens with this property tax amendment that will be on your ballot in November. So let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here live in Orange County.
Stay on task with this presentation and the questions that will follow thereafter. Chief Quinones.
All right. So good morning, good afternoon, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. We're here to discuss the Orange County Corrections FY27 budget. So our outline, as you're familiar with, is we'll go over the organizational chart, our proposed FY27 highlights, capital improvement program, potential programs and service that are at risk, and conclude with a brief summary. So our organizational chart. So Orange County Corrections has a total of 7 divisions. All of the positions are currently filled. To the right, you can see that there's Correction Health Services. They don't report directly to me, but they work very closely, and D.C. Watts is the liaison to Correction Health Services. I have numerous members of the executive team here. I want to personally thank this executive team for their continued support and assistance in operating the Orange County Jail. We are the 4th largest jail in the state of Florida, and working with them makes it much easier to operate our large facility. The proposed FY27 budget. So corrections total FY27 proposed operating overall budget is $228.2 million. That's broken up into two parts. The FY27 proposed personal service budget reflects a $8.5 million increase, and that is mainly due to the salaries and FRS increases. The next one is the proposed operating budget, which reflects a $2.2 million increase, and that is mainly due to the increase in miscellaneous operating supplies. This reflects a net change of $10.7 million, and our proposed FY27 budget, once again, is $228.2 million. This is a 5% increase compared to the FY26 adopted budget. Our current staffing level has not changed. It remains at 1,620. We are not seeking any new positions. Our vacancies have significantly decreased. If you look on the bottom right-hand corner, you will see as of June 2026, we have 193 department vacancy positions, of which 129 are certified positions. That's approximately 100 positions less than we had last year. Many of these newly hired individuals are waiting to be certified. They are either attending the academy or they will begin the academy in September. Oh, let me go back here. We continue to utilize social media to enhance recruitment and retention efforts and promote the corrections profession. We continuously talk about the corrections professionals being the hidden heroes in our criminal justice system. The new hires that we have gotten are increasing the size of our academy. And with that, we want to make sure that the success rate from the academy is also increased. So what we've done is we've implemented a 2-week pre-academy program, which focuses on study techniques, weapon proficiencies, and we also created a mentorship program. That pre-academy program has resulted in excellent results. Within the last year, we've seen a 14% increase from the previous year. I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Public Safety Director Mr. Banks, Administrator Brooks, Mayor Demings, for your assistance in providing staff with a competitive wage package. And I also want to thank the commissioners and Mayor Demings for approving the collective bargaining agreement.
More discussion of the Orange County budget right now. We're hearing from the corrections chief who began speaking. Again, there is a schedule essentially all day today and tomorrow where the Board of County Commissioners is going to be hearing from every agency and department, I should say, that's the word I'm looking for, every department of the county. They've got about 45 minutes to go through their budget requests and what they are looking for, some of the reasons for any increases and that kind of thing. So that's happening today. This is the last thing they do before a lunch break, and then it will continue this afternoon and continue again all day tomorrow. So that is going to be an ongoing conversation with the Orange County Board of County Commissioners, obviously on the backdrop of many localities across the state looking at potentially reducing spending because of the potential for a loss in revenue in the future when it comes to that property tax amendment that's going to be on your ballot this fall. Well, we still have so much to get to over this next little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a live look inside the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa, where we are expecting a news conference in about 20 minutes from now, where the U.S. Attorney there is going to give us an update on a statewide bank fraud conspiracy that they say also involved street gangs. So we're going to hear from the U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe. The Polk County Sheriff's Office is going to be there. I'm not sure if Sheriff Judd himself will be there. We will see shortly. The FBI also going to be part of this news conference, where we're going to get an update on this. Again, this is for the Middle District of Florida, the same U.S. Attorney that covers us here in Orlando. This is his office in Tampa, but talking about a statewide operation, some statewide bank fraud conspiracy that we're going to hear the details on coming up in about 20 minutes or so. So we will be watching for that, and we will bring that news conference to you live right here on Fox Local. Meanwhile, we are continuing to hear and monitor testimony of the acting Attorney General in his confirmation hearing for that permanent role. Being questioned right now by Democrat Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. This could get contentious. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here.
I didn't ask you everything you do. Was your appearance at that dinner
You
clear?
can ask the questions, but you cannot control my answers. I'm under oath, and I can answer the questions. I choose to answer them.
Were you
So what I will tell you is when I do
yes
things
or
outside,
no?
when I
Were
do
you
things,
approved
when
by
I do
ethics
things
to-
outside of the department, whether it's a speech, whether it's a dinner, whether it's an event, they are approved by ethics officials.
You did not answer whether that attendance was approved.
Every time I go out, it's approved, yes.
You know, Lincoln, it was said about him that if you want to see the true character of a man, don't view him in adversity, give him power. I believe you've had a lot of power. And so we don't have to speculate about what has been revealed with your time in that office. We don't need to worry about what kind of attorney general. You've already had that power. This isn't a job interview like usually. You've sat before this committee before. You've made promises time and time again before. You got the job, actually, to be the number 2 and the acting director. So this isn't a confirmation hearing. This is more of a performance review. And clearly, when it comes to the treatment of Epstein victims, when it comes to politically motivated prosecutions, when it comes from avoiding appearance of impropriety with corporations, you failed. You're asking this body for a promotion, and you've spent today making a lot of promises to follow the law, promises to be independent, promises to serve the American people and not the president, but we don't need your promises. We have your record. We have watched you exercise one of the greatest powers entrusted to any public servant, and what have you shown us? 1,200 victims waiting for justice. What have you shown us? There's 2 prosecutions. While the people involved, the victims, are waiting for action, one of the people prosecuted gets the most cushy arrangement possible after you visit with her. Again and again, you seem to be favoring the interest of a president and the powerful. You've chosen Trump over truth. You've chosen corporations over the Constitution. And you failed to meet the test. I'll say this in closing. This is why your nomination should fail. The Attorney General's client is not the president. It's the American people. You've been protecting one man for most of your career, for years and years and years. He has demonstrated himself to put undue pressure. This is why he was impeached. This is why he was criminally indicted. If your record and your testimony today should show us anything, it should show you, in my opinion, that you should not be confirmed to this job.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Before I commence with my questions, I've been asked by Chairman Grassley to enter something into the record. On behalf of Senator Grassley, I'd like to enter into the record a letter supporting Mr. Blanche's nomination. This is from the Newark Police Superior Officers Association, which represents the leaders of the Newark, New Jersey Police Department. The letter touts Mr. Blanche's experience, character, temperament and leadership. It goes on to state, quote, Mr. Blanche has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the rule of law, the fair administration of justice, and the constitutional rights afforded to every citizen, including the due process rights of law enforcement officers. Throughout his distinguished legal career, he has earned a reputation for integrity, professionalism, sound judgment, and respect for the rule of law. These qualities are essential for the nation's chief law enforcement officer, close quote. Without objection, I will enter this into the record. Mr. Blanche, at the outset, earlier you were asked by one of my colleagues about the settlement agreement and about the definition of some of the terms. Now, as I've been going through that, it seems to me that some of those terms were defined earlier in the agreement, albeit not in the section of the agreement that you were shown on the board. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And those make a difference, do they not, to the nature of the question asked to you?
Yes, of course, yes.
You have no reason to believe that the so-called weaponization fund will continue because of the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
I am confident it will not.
Right. Now, during the previous administration, we saw an unprecedented and unfortunate weaponization of the U.S. Department of Justice, an institution near and dear to my heart, as I know it is to yours, and an institution that's got a long and storied reputation for impartiality. Public trust in law enforcement plummeted as a result. That should concern every member of this committee and indeed every American. The Arctic Frost investigation swept up more than 400 Republican-aligned groups and individuals with blanket investigations, fishing expeditions in some instances, designed to intimidate and silence conservative voices or anyone deemed not favorable to President Biden and those who served with him. Investigators even violated the sanctity of Congress in a brazen move that tramples on all sorts of protections, including the fundamental separation of powers. As Chairman Grassley's investigation continues, just yesterday, we learned that Jack Smith's team bypassed a required filter review and directly accessed the text, not metadata, not information about who texted who and what time they did so, but the actual content, the substantive content of texts of 44 members of Congress, 6 of them on the Senate Judiciary Committee, all without notice in a baseless fishing expedition. This was un-American, and it comes uncomfortably close to spying on a co-equal, coordinate branch of the U.S. government. As you know, protecting individual liberty and our constitutional rights is a top priority of mine. I appreciated your testimony in May before the CJS Appropriations Subcommittee, in which you called the secret collection of phone records from a dozen members of Congress, quote, the worst form of abuse, close quote. I sponsored the bipartisan NDO legislation long before Arctic Frost, and I believe this must be fixed, no matter who holds the presidency, in a way that protects all Americans. In fact, this calls upon us, this underscores the need to pass that NDO reform measure. What steps have you already taken in your capacity as Deputy Attorney General and now Acting Attorney General? And what reforms do you plan in the future to end these practices and this trend of weaponization within the department?
Thank you, Senator. Well, there's a number of things we're doing. Most significantly, it's getting materials together and being transparent with this body and this committee like we did recently with the emails that you just referenced. Because one of the best ways that we can make sure we never do again what we did before is by exposing ourselves and letting the American people see what we did. We're also taking steps to right the wrongs. So that means, again, going back and issuing reports and issuing findings and conclusions around not only what the Department of Justice did at times, but other agencies within the executive, and holding ourselves to account that we shouldn't do it again. And the most important thing, and it's come up a lot today, but it is just having prosecutors prosecute bad guys. And so it's getting prosecutors out of D.C. and into U.S. attorneys' offices and unleashing them to do what they should be doing and what they should have been doing for the past 4 years as well, which is tackling the drug pandemic and epidemic we have in this country, going after the fraudsters. And that's the best way to make sure that the next Department of Justice continues doing the right thing and not the wrong thing.
That's wonderful. Sometimes when you're doing the things that are not supposed to be done, you're not doing the things that are supposed to be done. And I appreciate your efforts in that regard. On another topic.
The confirmation hearing for Todd Blanche continuing right now. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa, where we're awaiting this news conference about 10 minutes from now, where the U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe going to be talking about results in a statewide bank fraud conspiracy that involved street gangs. So not only the U.S. Attorney going to be there, the FBI going to be there, the Polk County Sheriff's Office going to be there at that news conference as well. Again, that's scheduled to start in about 10 minutes, and we will take you there as soon as it does begin. Meanwhile, I want to get you right now to Tallahassee earlier today, where State Representative Angie Nixon, who is a Democrat from the Jacksonville area and also a candidate for Senate on the Democratic side, held a news conference after she appeared in court this morning. You may remember she was arrested and slapped with some trespassing charges after a sit-in of the governor's office that had to do with the mid-decade redistricting. And so she held a news conference today after her court appearance in Leon County earlier today. And here's a little bit of what she said.
What we're seeing with redistricting isn't a political feud. It's a clear threat to our democracy, where we're headed as a country. Republicans are trying to pick their voters and not let the voters pick their elected representatives. That's wrong. And if we don't stand against it, we're not going to recognize the country that we lead for the next generation. In Tallahassee, thousands of children go to bed hungry. 25% of our city lives in poverty. And when we add working people just struggling to pay their bills, that number climbs to nearly half. With these maps, we don't have representation. You can't convince me that these maps are democratic. As the Republican Party stacks the Supreme Court, a court that now believes that all the power is in the hands of the state and not the people, we know we have to push back. And too often we've seen a Democratic Party that has sat on the sidelines. The same folks that would criticize Angie Nixon for taking a stand would like to convince us that they know a better way of doing this. I'm here to say that way has led to where we are today. A supermajority in the state house. A governor in a Republican Party that doesn't care about our values, that doesn't care about affordability, that doesn't care if our neighbors have a safe place to lay their head at night. We cannot continue to go down the progressive state as we see it on the ballot. A $15 right is over 50%. Recreational marijuana over 50%. We're not a state that's not aware of the values. We're a state that doesn't have leaders fighting for the values we need. And then you have Angie Nixon. A fearless advocate for everyday people that was willing to put herself on the line for all of us. While everybody would wait and silently watch our rights get stripped away, Angie Nixon went straight to the governor and said, we're not going to treat the people of Florida this way. Instead of having a conversation, she was arrested. The power of the state was used to punish political dissidents. That's not a state I want to live in. That's not a country that I recognize. Today, I proudly stand with Angie Nixon. Thank you.
Up next, we have Yen Bailey, candidate for CD2.
Thank you. I'm Yen Bailey, and we are here today because democracy is worth fighting for. When Angie Nixon walked into Ron DeSantis' office and refused to leave, she wasn't breaking the system. She was fighting back against a system that was already broken. Let's be clear about what happened. The governor and his allies didn't redraw congressional maps because they wanted fair representation. They redrew them because they wanted to choose their voters instead of letting voters choose their representatives. They dismantled, erased voices, diluted the voting power of Black Floridians, and ignored the constitutional protections that were put in place to prevent these crimes. Why? Because politicians who can't win fair elections rig the system instead. They know that when people have a real choice, they demand affordable housing instead of giveaways to developers. They demand lower healthcare costs instead of tax breaks for billionaires. They demand action on insurance rates, public schools, and good-paying jobs instead of political theater. Big districts don't just determine who wins elections, they determine whose voices matter in Tallahassee and Washington. When politicians know that they don't have to answer to the voters, they stop listening. That's why so many Floridians feel ignored. It's not because they don't care enough to vote. It's because those in power have spent years trying to make their voices matter less. Angie Nixon refused to stay silent. She put her own freedom on the line because she understood that democracy isn't something we inherit forever. It is something that every generation has to defend. It is our turn. Whether you're a Democrat, Independent, or a Republican, if you care about fair maps, this should outrage you. Fair maps aren't a partisan issue. It's an American issue. No governor should be able to handpick congressional districts to protect political power. No politician should be above the Constitution, and no Floridian should ever have their voice erased because it's politically inconvenient. So today we stand with Angie, but more than that, we stand with every Floridian who deserves to be heard. We will organize, we will vote, and we will hold those in power accountable. We will not stop until every voter has equal voice, and our democracy belongs to the people, not billionaires, not politicians. I'm Yen Bailey. I'm running for Congress, and I'm looking forward to serving alongside Angie Nixon in Washington. We are bringing hope and change. Thank you. Let's keep fighting.
Thank you. Up next, we have Bryce Barnes, candidate for CD2.
While every day Floridians are worried about their cost of groceries, the high rising of gas prices, unaffordable housing, teachers that deserve to be paid, Governor DeSantis, the legislature, is worried about staffing the congressional back of President Trump because they are not passing fair policies for the people. People across the state of Florida are suffering. People like Angie Nixon, I'm proud to stand beside my friend Angie Nixon, a fellow mom. She knows she has been in this democracy fight her entire career, fighting for everyday Floridians, fighting for families for affordable housing, fighting to reduce rents, fighting for higher teacher salaries. She knows what it's like for working families, and she will continue that fight. She fought for our democracy so valiantly a few months ago, and she will continue that fight. I am proud to stand with Angie Nixon, and I'll be honored to serve with her in Washington, D.C., because families across Florida and across the 2nd Congressional District deserve people who are willing to fight on behalf of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have PJ Perez, candidate for Tallahassee City Commission C3.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out. My name is PJ Perez, and I'm running for Tallahassee City Commission C3. And I'm proud to stand with Representative Angie Nixon today. She has my full support for her candidacy as U.S. Senate. I'm a high school world history and U.S. government teacher. And this blatant act of voter disempowerment can push students to apathy or activism. Now, the Republicans want us to choose the former. Let's give them a lot. Representative Nixon proved that she's willing to make the necessary sacrifices to take the voice of this regime's trying to silence. They'd rather cry about civility than address affordability. So let's be clear. Our voting and civil rights are under attack from extreme voices of the state and federal government. Our state legislator had to ram through a hyperpartisan map because they can't stand on their ideas alone. The Trump administration is undermining vote by mail and threatening free and fair elections across this country. We can't ask our next generation to believe in institutions and be allowed to be followed out. People of conscience need to stick together, to stand up, and say no to partisan against our democracy. The best thing that we can do is to vote. Learn about candidates in local and state races, and support those who stand with your values and support them today. Contact your election supervisor and make sure your status is up to date. Request a vote by mail ballot. We need as many people as possible to vote before Election Day. If we stand together, we can beat voter suppression and elect candidates like Representative Nixon, who will bring our democracy back to what we deserve as Americans. Now, that bullhorn was loud, but our voices together are going to be deafening.
Yeah. Thank you, PJ. Up next, we have community activist Trish Brown from Power Up People.
That is some of what we heard earlier today from officials speaking in Tallahassee after that Angie Nixon court hearing. Let's get you live right now to Tampa, where U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe is speaking, about to give an update on a bank fraud case. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Melissa Di-Ventresca, she is the ASAC in the FBI field office here in Tampa. To my far left is Jennifer Thompson, and to my near left is Phil Ryan, both detectives at the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Quite often when we do these press conferences, we talk about and we announce investigations, indictments, etc. And often, rarely do we tell you folks what happened on the back end. what happened after all of the work that they've done with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the FBI comes to fruition, how does it end up going through the courts? And that's what this press conference is about a successful prosecution of 19 individuals, some of whom are a member of a gang called the Trap Boys in Polk County, but that transpired over the course of the past 4 years. And you would think that because it involves the Trap Boys, which is a street gang involved in any number of illicit activities, drug trafficking, violent crime, extortion, etc., you think it would just involve those types of events. But this involves financial crimes. We have now moved into another iteration of gang crimes that involve financial crimes, and that's what this is all about. And it's an investigation that was taken on by the individuals, agencies that you see behind me that have carried it on over a significant period of time. So let's just get into it a little bit. And I just want to talk to you about some of the results. And I want to talk to you about how this happened, and I talk to you about, some of the individuals that were involved. 19 people. Since this investigation began, 19 people have pleaded guilty to this massive check fraud conspiracy. As I said to you previously, many of the members were involved with the Trap Boys, a gang in the Lakeland area. Some of them are not. And those individuals were involved in any number of crimes, including this bank fraud crime. What you'll get as a result of this is that the individuals involved with the Trap Boys have brought people who are not members of the Trap Boys to involve themselves into this check fraud scam. Nevertheless, 19 people are involved in this. 19 people have pleaded guilty, and they're all facing significant jail time. So how did this start? And it's important to get into how this started and the time frame that was involved. It goes back to June of 2022. The Polk County Sheriff's Office responded to a call at a Chevron station over in the Bartow area, and the individual that they came across was an individual by the name of Tyler Jacob. Tyler Jacob is the center point, the focus of this entire transaction. He was the mastermind behind this, and he's the one that spun many of this check fraud schemes out to any number of individuals. Some of them were, as I said, were involved and members of the Trap Boys. Some of them were not. When the Polk County the Sheriff's Office came upon Mr. Jacob, he attempted to flee. They apprehended him, and they conducted a search of his vehicle back in 2022. And what they found were the evidence of a massive check fraud scheme. They found numerous fraudulent checks. They had checks that were altered. They found personal information of other people written on a notepad. They found 27 bank debit cards in the names of other people. And they found a computer and a cell phone. And he used, Jacob, we will get into this in a little bit, used his computer to draft and fabricate these checks. The investigation then joined between the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, because what we'll find is that this investigation expanded well outside the limits of Polk County into various places in the United States as well as throughout the state of Florida. But the goal of the investigation is to get to the bottom of this, to find out who was involved, how they were involved, and to get down to the people who were actually conducting this. The checks that Jacob had belonged to people and businesses who had reported fraud on their checking accounts. The personal information on Jacob's on his notepaper was for dead people. It was for people who lived in assisted living facilities and individuals who were mentally incompetent. So when the Polk County Sheriff's Office pulled the list off out of his car, it had names of dead people and personal identification information regarding those people, Social Security numbers, etc. Had people in assisted living facility, and as I said to you, they had people who were incompetent. And with regard to his computer, he had check writing information installed in that. The investigation involved a massive amount of people, and as I said, many of the people who were involved were Trap Boy members, for instance, the two individuals who were at the top of the indictment that you have before you, Cornelius Campbell and Jaquisa Green. Others were accomplices that Jacob brought in over time to assist him in his scheme. Because once he began to expand out and use just trap boys, many of those fraudulent schemes were shut down by the bank, so he needed to expand the amount of people who were involved in this, so he used people who were outside of the Trap Boys organization. Over several years, they indicted Jacob and his co-conspirators defrauded banks, credit unions, people, and businesses throughout Florida. And what are you talking about throughout Florida? In the Tampa Bay area? No, not necessarily. All over the country and all over Florida. Where? Winter Haven, Auburndale, Riverview, Kissimmee, Lakeland, Tampa, and Miami. And on a national level, fraudulent victims were found in Georgia, Illinois, New York, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and believe it or not, as far out as Wyoming. P.S. Mr. Jacob and the Trap Boys never left the Lakeland area. There were over 200 victims, 26 banks, 3 credit unions that were victims. They attempted to steal in excess of $1 million. Businesses that were defrauded. It wasn't just individuals who were defrauded. Businesses were defrauded. Who? Insurance companies, law firms, construction companies, and auto shop companies, public school districts, colleges, and state agencies. All of these people were victims of the fraud. Many of the attempted fraud were curtailed by the banks who refused to honor the checks, but nevertheless, many of the people were in fact defrauded. How did this work? And that's an important ingredient for you to understand how this works. First, Jacob and his co-conspirators stole checks from individuals and businesses, or they used online databases to locate banking information for various businesses, including their transaction history, account balances, check numbers, and other information. They got this information online. And Jacob himself had a checking account software application on his computer. Next, conspirators would either alter the stolen checks or use check writing software to create fictitious checks, changing the banks, the businesses, and most importantly, the check amounts. Next, the conspirators would provide the fraudulent checks to other co-conspirators to deposit. And as I said to you, Jacob didn't only use Trap Boys to make these deposits, he used other individuals outside his particular group to deposit these fraudulent checks. Next, and the fourth step, the conspirators would attempt to quickly withdraw the proceeds from the checks as soon as they were available. How did that work? You deposit a fraudulent check, you hopefully get that check to clear quickly, and before they can find out it's a fraudulent check, you withdraw the money from the account. During the conspiracy, Jacobs and his conspirators would often deposit approximately $50,000 a week in fraudulent checks, approximately 10,000 of which they would withdraw on a weekly basis. And of course, Jacobs paid a cut for everything that he got to his co-conspirators. As I said, they weren't always successful. The banks often flagged the fraudulent checks and froze the accounts. But many times they were successfully deposited and they were successfully withdrawn. And the co-conspirators, and I'm sure you're asking, what did they spend their money on? Personal items, bags, clothes, shoes, meals, paying their bills, all of the things that you have in your personal life. That's what they spent their money on. You would think that after Mr. Jacobs' first encounter with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and the FBI that he would stop, but he did not. And this was Chapter 2. Again, another search warrant by the FBI and the Polk County Sheriff's Office in January 2024. A search warrant was done on Jacobs' residence. He, interestingly, refused to come out for 30 minutes. He knocked down a drone that was sent inside the residence. Ultimately, he was persuaded to come out. But inside, he was shredding papers during the search. There was even evidence that was pertinent evidence that he had thrown in the washing machine that he started to try to destroy the evidence that was involved. I know it's hard to believe that with the search warrant, you guys are knocking at the door, and the bureau and the sheriff's office is knocking at the door, and you're stuffing evidence in a washing machine and turning it on. Nevertheless, that's in fact what he did. the law enforcement officers, once they got in there, found what they thought they were going to find. Checkbooks, financial documents, again, with the names of people who were deceased, who were in assisted living facilities, who were incompetent, and identifying information concerning any number of victims that had been victimized, but unquestionably Mr. Jacob was going to continue to victimize. Mr. Jacob has pleaded guilty to conspiracy, bank fraud, aggravated identity theft, and destruction of evidence. He's due to be sentenced at the end of this month after pleading guilty, and he faces approximately up to about 20 years in jail. Mr. Jacobs and his individuals harmed, as I said, over 200 victims. The intended loss was well in excess of $1 million. But these individuals are being held accountable, and they're not going to be able to do this anymore, at least in the circumstances in and around Polk County. What I'm here to tell you at this point, with anybody that's so inclined to get involved in these financial investigations, is two things. Number one, if you conduct this activity in the Middle District of Florida, we, state and local law enforcement, in conjunction with the FBI and other federal law enforcement officers, will come after you. And number two, and most importantly, and that's what this investigation shows, this investigation developed over the course of years. And what does that demonstrate to us? That if you're going to commit these crimes, time is not on your side. Time is not on your side. Time is on the side of the men and women of the agencies that we have before you that will pursue you, arrest you, indict you, and convict you, either through trial or through a plea of guilty. I want to thank the Polk County Sheriff's Office for all their work and assistance in this, as well as the FBI for their work and assistance and working together on this. And at this point, I just want to turn it over to Di Ventresca and for a few words from the FBI. Di?
Good afternoon. As U.S. Attorney Kehoe mentioned, my name is Melissa Diane Ventresca, and I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI Tampa Field Office. Addressing the violent crime threat is about more than making arrests. Our goal, and the goal of our law enforcement partners standing with me today, is to build strong, strategic cases that cut into the capabilities of all violent criminal enterprises. And that's exactly what we did with this investigation. We disrupted the Trap Boys' violent grip on Polk County and across Central Florida and the rest of the United States by dismantling the operation that funded their violence. What began as an investigation into violent acts, drive-by shootings, drug trafficking, led investigators to uncover a complex bank fraud scheme. While the gang caused significant harm to their own neighborhoods, their fraud operation stretched far beyond that, impacting small businesses, schools, and hardworking people throughout Central and South Florida. As innovative and skilled as these criminals believe they are, let this serve as a reminder. Law enforcement is just as resourceful and just as tenacious. Making our communities safer is the result that matters most. The FBI will continue working with our partners to confront violent crime head on and restore safety and security to our communities. Thank you.
I know her real name is Melissa Ventresca, but nobody calls her Melissa. It's always Di, so I always get a little confused when I have to introduce her. So, anybody have any questions with regard to any of this? Yes.
So, when you guys met him first in 2022,
correct.
He got arrested
He got arrested initially then, and he was put out on bond, and then he just continued his activities that led up to his rather larger arrest in 2024. So he kind of, doubled down, and everything was swept up in together. All of those events came together, and while this was going on, the investigation continued to evolve. So, which is why they went in there for a search warrant in 2024 to begin with, because the evidence did in fact involve, and there was probable cause to believe, the Sheriff's Office of the Bureau believed that there was probable cause to believe there was continuing evidence of a crime in his residence, which, guess what, there was. Not surprising to anybody, least of all the individuals that are behind me. So that's how it evolved. He has not been arrested this year. This is just a continuing investigation coming out of the 2024, because one of the things on financial investigations, they're very, very different than one-offs that you get on the streets. An individual street crime, be it a robbery or an assault. Financial crimes take a significant amount of time to investigate. You have to go back with subpoenas to banking information with individuals, identifying amounts that were taken. All of those things take a significant period of time. So this has evolved since 2022 into 2024 into where we are with the charging, and then of the 19 people that you have before you, all of them have pleaded guilty. So that's where we are. And I know it's always a precedent is what took you so long. Well, that's what takes so long, because you just can't do a financial crimes investigation quickly, because you have to cross your T's and dot your I's, and the prosecutors there in the back of the room listening to this will tell you just the same, because they do the work, not me. Well, it's a street gang. It's not. I wouldn't say that you're not talking about a multi-state street gang. It is a street gang in the Lakeland area. Is it still around? Yes. Is it still a concern to law enforcement? Yes. Obviously, this particular attack attacked their money-earning capabilities, which is significant. But does the sheriff's office, in conjunction with law enforcement and the FBI, continue to look at that street gang? Of course.
The financial crimes connected to street gangs, that's a new thing you guys are doing.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The financial crimes tied to street gangs, is that a new thing you guys are noticing?
I would say that look, I go back with gangs, for many, many years. And when we were talking about gangs, we were talking about drugs, prostitution, extortion, etc. The usual, not only street gang, but gang type of activity. There has been an evolution into financial crimes, into financial fraud, and we're seeing that more and more in the gang-related area. Why? Because you can trust, if you're in a gang member, you can trust your other gang members and expand your horizons, such as what Jacob did here, and said, okay, why don't you try to do this, and we'll set you up to do this, and you'll get X amount of dollars, and you'll give me a cut, and you'll take a cut, and we'll move on. Is it a new thing? I would say it's a new thing going on several years. Some of you folks who have been here over the past year have seen some similar activities that we've had with gangs, where they were involved in, for instance, COVID fraud activity. We've seen that quite a bit among gangs as well. It's an easy way to make money. Look, these guys were defrauding people all over the United States and Florida. They never left Lakeland. So, yeah, I don't, unless you stay on top of this, unless you continue to press and investigate, I would see this expanding. But efforts like this will cause people to think twice. Yes?
How much money were they able to defraud out of people? You were saying they were able to catch like $50,000?
Well, there were different, so some of that, so they were attempting to get 50,000. Did they always get 50,000? No. Sometimes they just got 10. I mean, we haven't well in excess of 200,000 that people lost. What they were trying to get throughout this whole thing was in excess of $1 million. Now, sometimes the banks were very quick and didn't honor the check. Sometimes they did. Often they did. And that's when the check went through quickly, they got the money out quickly, and people were defrauded. Yes? No. That's what I was saying. What happened was that Jacob was using the trap boys. Some of these guys had, you might say, their identity questioned, so he expanded his horizons, and he brought other people in, you might just call them normal civilians, to engage in this, to give him identifying information and a bank account through which he could pass these bad checks. So the answer is it's not just the trap boys, it's others. Sir? Well over 200,000 that they got through. So I mean, it's yeah. So they were trying to get in excess of $1 million. They got shut down on quite a few, but they still got quite a bit that they used for their own personal purposes.
Was the majority of the demographic of the people affected older, or in the state of Florida, or
It was all over. I mean, look, some of the individuals were older. Some of the individuals, as I said to you, the identifying information that Jacob had were for deceased people, for assisted living facility individuals, incompetents. However, he also was successful in going after any number of businesses that I mentioned: insurance companies, law firms, construction companies, auto shop companies, public school districts, colleges, state agencies. They were not elderly and incompetent. These were ongoing concerns that he was floating this bad paper on. So he kind of was an equal opportunity fraudster, I should say.
Do you know if he was successful with any local school districts?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if he was successful with any local school districts?
I'm sure that there were local school districts in and around Florida that they tried it with, sure. If you're asking me what the names of those school districts are right now, I don't have it, but I can find out.
Is he in prison now, or where is he now?
He's in jail.
So he can face 20 years in prison.
Well, he's being sentenced at the end of the month, but that's what his guidelines are. His guidelines are quite high at this point. I mean, obviously he hasn't been sentenced yet. There's going to be sentencing litigation before Judge Scriven at the appropriate time, but he's looking at significant time.
What happens next to people that were impacted by this, like the people in the assisted living facilities, businesses? Do they have to file their own?
Well, what we do is we have a victim witness section of the U.S. Attorney's Office. We operate in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office and the FBI to identify people and what their loss calculation is. There will be restitution orders for all those individuals to pay money back, and some of them may not be able to pay that money back right now, but some of these people are educated people, if you will, that will be working once they get out of jail, and they're still going to be responsible for their restitution order. But let me say this to you. I mean, I don't want to be Pollyannish about this. When you get involved in fraud investigations of this magnitude, of so much money, we never get back dollar for dollar. And I don't want to mislead you to think that we do. We put those restitution orders out, and people have to comply with those restitution orders, and we try to get as much money as we possibly can, and we stay on it as time moves on. But I would be remiss if I told you that at the end of the day, we recoup dollar for dollar. We don't, which is part of the heartache, a lot of this, especially when you have victims that just can't afford to lose this kind of money.
Do you know what software he used to check people's financial information or records?
So I'm going to check with the Brain Trust. Diego.
He called automated lines. He called banks, automated lines, and got the information from the banks using this phone.
He's much smarter than I am. So, yes, sir.
Is there any way for business victims that dealt with this, that got scammed, as it were, to help control and keep them safe in the future?
Well, I mean, obviously the banks have a robust system in place, and they do a lot to protect themselves. But one of the things about that you have to understand about people that are involved in the fraud business. I mean, you work a shift. I'm sure that from early morning I don't want to say you only work 8 hours. Nobody in the TV industry works 8 hours, so you work 10 hours. But you go home. Okay, you go home, you do something else, you have your family and friends, etc. These guys are on this 24/7. They work on their fraudulent activities all day and all night. When we're home, watching the baseball game or a football game, they're working to come up with their next scheme. So what happens as a result of this is that we have to be on it 24/7. Now, as quickly as I'm sure banks adapt to potential fraud, some other system comes up, and they're working on it all the time too, because obviously they have a financial interest in it. But it's a battle that never ends. I know that's not an answer to your question, but that's the best I can do.
Were the 19 people all from Lakeland?
Yes. Well, some of them from outlying areas as well. He contacted people on social media and essentially advertising his scheme, and he brought some people in from outside the area. Diego, where were all these people from Lakeland, or where else?
Mostly Lakeland, but all over Cole County.
Yeah. So.
Auburndale, some parts of it.
Yeah, but. But he did use social media to kind of advertise his the potential to make a little money. So, anything else, ladies, gentlemen? Going once, going twice. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good day. And it's only Wednesday. I would say good weekend, but you have a couple of days of work to do. Okay.
U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe is speaking at that news conference in Tampa, where 19 people have pleaded guilty to alleged gang-involved bank fraud, a statewide conspiracy of bank fraud that was uncovered there. Now, 19 pleading guilty. They said more than 200 victims they believe in this. This is something that spanned the entire state. The U.S. Attorney talking about that, what we know about it, answering some questions as well. Well, we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside the Senate Judiciary Committee on Capitol Hill. Josh Hawley, Republican senator from Missouri, having the chance to ask some questions of Todd Blanche in his confirmation hearing right now. We've been monitoring this throughout the day, but I want to get you to just moments ago when Senator Ashley Moody of Florida had the chance to ask some questions. Let's go ahead and listen in. Again, this was just moments ago.
Partisan agenda today because and I'll quote from one of my colleagues. They said to you, protecting one man for most of your career. Would you define your career as protecting one man, Mr. Blanche? And if not, why not?
I mean, absolutely not. I mean, I am a prosecutor. I'm a career prosecutor. I started out as an intern down the street at the Department of Justice. I was a paralegal. I was a law clerk. When I was representing President Trump, I had other clients as well. So the fact that I represented President Trump for a period of time, under 2 years, does not define my career, nor does it define me. I should be defined by the work that I did as a prosecutor and by the work that I've done leading this department since March of last year.
I think one of the true crises that we face as a nation right now, and you can pick the subject matter at which this would apply, but the American people who are supposed to be where the power lies in this country. It was how our government was set up. It was a government to serve them and first and foremost to protect their rights. And as part of that, even our founding fathers said, in order to do that, you have to have a government that effectuates safety. And so I truly believe that your agency is one of the most important in our government structure for those reasons, because you have the responsibility of all of that. And one of the really, the most serious challenge I see facing our nation right now is that the people don't trust that Washington is indeed working for them, or being accountable to them, or being serving their interests first. And I just came from a hearing where you had Nick Shirley, James O'Keefe, really a partisan swath of witnesses testifying about fraud in this country. And I think, this administration is making announcement after announcement. You yourself are making announcement after announcement. The extent of fraud that has been uncovered. And I commended Nick Shirley, and this is he described himself as an independent journalist, but he started out disrupting, young at like 15 weddings, I want to say. And I think that spirit of challenging the status quo or formality has really driven him to disrupt what I think the American people believe is a bureaucracy historically that has not only maybe because of its size, maybe because personnel in there aren't too quick to want to uncover, but has really been not inclined, complacent, or is set up to not uncover and really go after some of this fraud. And I've been astounded by the amount that this administration has uncovered. And I commend people like Nick Shirley and James O'Keefe that have been out there because they're American citizens and they believe that their government owes them accountability and stewardship of taxpayer money, first and foremost. And he said, I can't believe that for so long, nobody paid attention to this. And we're seeing just fraud that is just something that we haven't imagined. And I'm really proud of this administration and the DOJ, specifically under your leadership, for setting up a specific division now to go after these things that are raised. The results speak for themselves. I mean, you've established a new National Fraud Enforcement Division charged with bringing a comprehensive approach to rooting out fraud. We just saw a 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown where you charged 455 defendants in connection with schemes involving more than $6.5 billion in fraud. I believe we brought together the most states and territories ever in the history of the department's existence in going after fraud. That was all under your leadership and this administration. And I think that delivers a remarkable message, not only to the people out there committing these this fraud against the American taxpayer and really against the next generation that's going to inherit this. I mean, I'm a mother of a teenager right now. I feel terrible that they're going to inherit all of this, because before Biden ever pushed out swaths of money that went to corruption and fraud, an American taxpayer had to earn it, or we had to borrow it on the backs of our next generation. And so I am proud of the department saying enough is enough. The free ride is over. We're digging in. We're going to take, not only are we just going to, talk about it, we're going to actually show you what we're doing, and we're going to create an entire different division. I think it speaks volumes that you have the new head of your fraud division with you today in the audience. I think America should know that. That didn't exist before you. I would like for you to tell the American people right now a little bit about that, because I have to tell you, when some of these states learned about this fraud going on, when Nick Shirley showed up and exposed some of this insane fraud that was happening right under state administration government's noses, the reaction from state leadership, and the governor of Minnesota called Shirley far-right delusional conspiracy theorist, maybe because he campaigned on these small businesses that were set up with that money so that the American people, like, we are growing small businesses, make me your vice president. Maybe that's why he had to knock Nick Shirley down a notch. Governor Newsom came out and said, slow Shirley is the fraud. He tried to ridicule and demean this 24-year-old kid who's just uncovering fraud. And these are chief executives of states. So I'd like for you to explain what you're doing differently. Because right now I just came from a hearing where not one Democrat was in the room to ask this bipartisan witness panel about the fraud that's happening or what we could do about it. Not one Democrat was in the room. And we've got elected officials around the state, when people are trying to bring it to their attention, calling out the people bringing it to their attention, and not only that, trying to pass legislation to stop them uncovering it. In California, they have a Stop Nick Shirley Act, which should be called the Protect Fraudsters Act, I assume. But tell us what you're doing different and how you're going to work to uncover and root out and go against criminals in these states where these elected officials are complicit, maybe aiding and abetting, because they're going after the people that are trying to raise the issues.
Yes. So before we talk about California and Minnesota, it's worth talking about states that are working with us. So places like Florida, places like Ohio, where we're working closely with the local government, getting information about individuals who are committing fraud, applying for money from the federal governments, where the state serves as a pass-through. And what President Trump and the Vice President did last fall was said, enough is enough. We need an all-out government approach to combat fraud. And so part of that is our new fraud division. And the work that they're doing is exactly what you just described. And some of the stuff that Nick Shirley has uncovered has been incredible. But it's going into these states and identifying, at this point, just low-hanging fruit. So fraudsters that have set up daycare centers, that have set up autism centers.
And learning centers. Maybe.
Learning centers. Hearing centers, everything. And all they're doing, and there's no patience. They're just collecting money off the backs of taxpayers. And then you have, it's true, the governor of Minnesota did nothing but obstruct our efforts month after month. And then when we did a takedown and we executed a law enforcement action on a given day, he hopped onto X and said he was happy to partner with us. He's not partnering with us. He's not working with us. And so that's very disappointing. The same thing with the governor of California, where the amount of fraud that's being stolen out of the generosity of taxpayers around this country is in the billions of dollars. But listen, without talking about that, what we can say that it's extraordinarily positive is that we have arrested hundreds and hundreds of fraudsters just this year alone, and we've got a lot more to do between now and the end of the year. And that's the work of, again, our federal agents, our inspector generals, DHS, HSI working with us, FBI, and then our prosecutors who are now have been given full authority and have been unleashed to tackle this problem. There is no fraud too small. Colin McDonald says it, and it's right. If you commit $1,001 of fraud, you should expect to go to federal prison. And we're going after the biggest fraudsters and the smallest fraudsters, because any dollar that's taken inappropriately is something that this Department of Justice won't tolerate. So it's a big effort, and it's going to take a lot of work. We're hiring a lot of prosecutors. We're using a lot of AUSAs around the country, but I expect that we'll continue to see the results that we're already seeing. So thank you very much for the work that you guys have done as well to help facilitate our success there.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Senator Ashley Moody having the chance to ask some questions of Todd Blanche in that confirmation hearing just moments ago. Also, just moments ago on the floor of the U.S. House, heard from Congressman Randy Fine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1423, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. This chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start by acknowledging the extraordinary work of my friend, colleague, and mentor from Florida on this overall package, which I do intend to support. But no matter how great a job we do on anything, there's always room to improve. And in a time and a place in which we have a trillion debt, we have an obligation to be looking to save money wherever we can. My amendment would strike all funding for the Global Environment Facility, which would save taxpayers $140 million. The GEF, as I see it, is a wasteful fund that spends money to bankroll woke climate initiatives, including grants designed to bring countries such as Namibia and Serbia into compliance with the Paris Climate Agreement, which President Trump withdrew the United States from because it did not reflect American interests and priorities. My colleagues across the aisle and other supporters of the GEF and Green New Scam argue that it's America's responsibility to give millions of taxpayer dollars to unelected bureaucrats because the GEF fights so-called climate change. So let's examine some examples of the important work the GEF is funding with money that we are borrowing from our children and grandchildren. The Women Ocean Guardians Project, which seeks, quote, to strengthen the sustainable use, management, and conservation of large marine ecosystems by enhancing gender-responsive ocean governance, empowering women frontliners in coastal and marine ecosystems, and implementing community-led solutions, because we've got to make sure when we fight climate change, it's gender-responsive. Second project, in the Central African Republic, quote, to catalyze land restoration and biodiversity conservation through inclusive and gender-responsive landscape governance. Again, just think of the absurdity of this. Gender-responsive landscape governance. And then a grant given in 2024 in Afghanistan for, quote, strengthened resilience of rural communities' livelihoods to climate risks and variability in selected provinces in Afghanistan. End quote. Let me remind all my colleagues that Afghanistan's been under the rule of the Taliban. Do we really think the Taliban is going to use this money to address so-called climate change? The United States, as I said before, is almost $40 trillion in debt, and that debt continues to grow every single day, every single minute, every single hour that we are here. I think it's a gross misuse of taxpayer dollars to subsidize an organization that spends money helping other countries comply with an agreement the United States is not even a party to, or giving money to the Taliban for any reason, let alone for forestry. President Trump's budget request eliminated funding for the Global Environment Facility. Congress should follow that example and eliminate this unnecessary $140 million expenditure. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves for what purposes the gentlewoman from Florida seat recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment that would strike the global.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I am opposing this amendment that strikes the Global Environmental Facility Fund. And let me just say this. This amendment would eliminate the United States' contribution to the Global Environmental Facility, a multi-environmental facility, a multi-trust fund that provides grant-based funding to developing countries to address the global environmental challenges. It has long had bipartisan support for very good reason. It benefits the U.S. economy and the environment by addressing problems that cross borders and affect our domestic health, our safety, and our prosperity. It helps protect tropical forests. It reduces transboundary pollutants like microplastics. It prevents unsustainable fishing and invasive species, and it combats illegal wildlife tracking, which transactional criminal organizations use to finance their very dangerous activities. Even in our own country, we're challenged. Just look around, look up, put on the news. We're challenged by severe drought, rainfall, storms, and heat. It is pretty hot out there, folks. Land degradation and the loss of soil and water and health are threatening livelihoods all over the world. And we are continuing to see greater humanitarian needs caused by these disasters, both domestically and abroad. And we need to be ahead of these crises, helping communities cope, especially those with the least means to do so, is not only moral, it is smart. And these are problems that cannot be solved alone. And funding for the Global Environmental Facility allows us to work together, leverage contributions from other countries, and provide U.S. leadership to tackle these challenges. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
You're back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would close by saying this. Irrespective of the ridiculous examples that I gave before, again, the idea that there's gender responsive ways to deal with environmental problems, as though somehow men and women would deal with environmental solutions differently. Setting all of that ridiculousness aside, I think we have a simple question before us. When you're $40 trillion in debt, and the things that you're paying for are being borrowed from your children and grandchildren, the question is no longer whether something is a good idea. The question, is it worth driving us further into debt to do? And even if I were to grant that these projects were noble, and I do not, it is not worth borrowing from my 2 sons and every American's children and grandchildren to do that. If we do not begin to deal with these problems soon, we won't have a budget to spend. This is one small step in order to try to get our fiscal house in order, and I hope that all of my colleagues will support my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Randy Fine and Lois Frankel, 2 members of the Florida congressional delegation, speaking on the floor of the House just moments ago. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. U.S. Census data shows that migration to Florida may be cooling. Some interesting findings there. And Fox 35's Johnny Jackson broke it down with Ann Ray, who is manager of the University of Florida Schimberg Center for Housing Studies.
Yeah, so just to be clear, a slow year in Florida is when only 550 people move here a day. And that's what was happening in 24 and 25. So we still had people coming into the state. It was just slower than that big boom than we saw earlier in the decade. We started looking at this because we were hearing from people, particularly in cities like Orlando or Miami, higher cost cities, to say, I feel like people are leaving to look for more affordable housing, for more affordable communities. And we want to see if the data back that up. And so we looked county by county at migration, both domestic migration, so from other parts of the state and country, and then international migration into Florida counties. What we found is that following that big boom in 2021, 2022, domestic migration really dropped off quite a bit, but it was made up for by international migration. And then in 24 and 25, we also saw, not surprisingly, a big dip in international migration. And now, some communities, particularly older, high-cost urban communities, are actually seeing loss of population. So they're seeing more people move out to other counties and states than moving in. Orange County is an example of that. At the same time, mid-sized, growing counties that have a lot of single-family construction going on, they're continuing to grow. So Osceola County, Lake County, they're both continuing to attract people, both domestically and internationally.
So what are some of the reasons why people might be avoiding Florida's big cities?
So the census data that we work with doesn't say why people are moving. It just says whether they're either coming in or leaving and whether it's domestic or international. However, the pattern where people are perceiving that they're seeing some people leaving higher cost areas and moving to more affordable areas, that matches up with the data.
And how impactful was the spike of migration from 2020, 21, the COVID era?
So looking back, a lot of people were coming in, and there's older data from the Internal Revenue Service kind of tells us more about where people are coming from. That spike of people moving here from the Northeast, from California, from Illinois, big states like New York and Pennsylvania absolutely happened during that time. And people may not be moving around as much throughout the country as they were before. But we definitely saw a slowing of domestic migration after that. People were more likely to stay put. And what was really keeping our very high numbers of people coming into the state was international migration. Now, again, a slow year in Florida is when only 550 people a day are moving here. We have some of the fastest growing communities in the country. Polk County, Pasco County, Lee County are some of the fastest growing communities in the country. But, we don't see necessarily that kind of population growth. We actually see some population loss in some of the older, more expensive areas.
And when it comes to domestic versus international migration, are there certain, counties in that kind of mid-sized county demographic where we're seeing more international versus more domestic migration?
So most of the movement into growing communities like Polk, Pasco, Marion, Lake, it's mostly domestic migration. I'd say Osceola County is maybe an exception where you're continuing to see higher levels of international migration as well as domestic. And even in Orange County, it's not so much that it's losing population. The international migration in is still making up for the domestic loss out, but it's lower than it used to be.
So with these migration numbers kind of taking a dip, like you said, still 550 people coming in every day, is that something that these larger cities should be concerned about?
So I think we're seeing confirmed what people have been perceiving, which is that people may be finding it difficult to find a place to live that they can afford. To me, it shows, and we have, Florida actually has a lot of programs in place to do this, the importance of increasing the supply of housing that's affordable to the workforce, that's convenient to their jobs, so people don't have to drive a long ways and, have that cost in gas and their time. have more of a diversity of housing. The Florida Chamber a while back expressed some concern about younger workers, people starting out in their careers, young professionals, leaving the state or not seeing a place for them to live in the places that they grew up. I think when we develop more different kinds of housing, some more townhouses, apartments, starter homes, smaller single family homes, and also when we continue to support affordable housing, and Florida has one of the most robust affordable housing programs of any state in the country, then we provide more opportunities for people to stay where they grew up and stay near their jobs.
And how much of a benefit is this to those mid-sized counties like Polk, Pasco, and Marion, who are really trying to build themselves up and potentially become a competitor to Florida's bigger cities?
Yeah, well, we really see a swath of growth in home construction in diagonal across the state that kind of starts up at St. Augustine, loops around Orlando a little bit, and then goes down to Lee County. So that mid part of the state is really booming.
And then, what's the bottom line here? What should our viewers take away when they hear that less people are coming into Florida?
So one takeaway is if you feel like, that you're living in a higher cost urban area and you feel like you've seen population growth go down or people leaving, the data really bears that out. And both Orange County, the Orlando area, and the state of Florida has some great affordable housing and housing production programs. And those can really be a boon to try and keep more Floridians in their community.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus. We got a lot to get to over this next hour. If you are just joining us on the TV side, we appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know some of what you can expect coming up in just a little bit here. Let me give you a little bit of a preview here. We're going to be talking about daylight saving time and the potential for that becoming permanent. The U.S. U.S. House voted yesterday to advance a bill that would make daylight saving time permanent. But what does that mean when it comes to the science of it all? What sort of impacts might that have? We're going to be speaking about that with a doctor coming up in just a little bit. We are also going to have the latest update on a teen takeover takedown in the Tampa area. We'll have the details on that coming up in just a little bit. And we are also counting down to the release of Christopher Nolan's new movie, The Odyssey. That movie was shot and intended to be watched in IMAX 70mm film. Fun fact, there is only one place in Florida that you can do that. That's in Fort Lauderdale, and they are sold out. But there are more tickets that are becoming available by the moment. And so we are talking with that theater president about their excitement for the new movie coming out. So a lot to come over this next hour. But we start this afternoon with the update on an officer in Melbourne resigning in the aftermath of accusations that he took down a teenager during a search for a missing kid. And so joining us live now to give us the latest on all of this, we've got Fox 35's Esther Bauer joining us live now. Esther has been on this story since the beginning, been tracking the fallout and everything that has come from it since. Esther, what is the latest? Where do things stand right now?
Right. So this case actually started in late June, where we had a child's mother call the Melbourne PD because she was worried about her teen son that was experiencing a mental health crisis and had allegedly run away. So she reached out to PD just trying to get some help finding her runaway son that was allegedly experiencing a mental health crisis. So you had another child, a completely different child in the area that had actually seen the mother, seen her out looking for this son, and decided to try to help. And so we received a lot of body cam in this case, and you actually see the Melbourne PD talking to this other child that is now helping this mother try and locate her runaway son. Then moments later, we see Melbourne PD, several officers swarm this unrelated child who is just trying to help, 15-year-old Judah, and they say, "Get on the ground, I'm going to tase you." He is then seen on body cam, Judah on the ground with his hands up, but then you see many officers on top of him moving his arms around. We ended up finding out that this child fractured his arm, so he was hurt during this takedown, and he had nothing to do with this case. So as you mentioned, we had one officer that since this has happened, decided to resign from the department, put that resignation in. But then we also received his file and found out that he has had a lengthy list of disciplinary violations with the department even before this happened. Some of these had to do with not turning on his body cam. Others had to do with the behavior of when he was out and about speaking with citizens. There was behavior that wasn't really becoming of how an officer should be responding on the force, as well as other concerns with not documenting cases on time, processing those reports on time. We found at least 4 cases in this officer's file. And then again, the final straw we saw with this officer was this case, and then him putting his resignation letter in. He cited it was for a different job, but it came after this alleged teen takedown where Melbourne police are saying they thought they had found the missing kid. And so that's why they allegedly, took down this other teen. They immediately realized this wasn't the right kid. They took him out of those cuffs, but his arm had already been fractured. Also new in this development is the family does have a lawyer, and notice letters have gone out to the city, ultimately telling the city, look, you can settle with us now, you can pay for damages for my clients, or we can take you to court and we can see what a federal jury is going to award my client and their family for damages, ultimately with the physical aspect of his elbow being fractured, the mental stress that the family has gone under. Ultimately, they are alleging there is a Fourth Amendment violation for detaining him when they really didn't have any right to cuff him. He wasn't fleeing. He wasn't allegedly part of any criminal investigation. He was trying to help in this case. So the city has been notified by a lawyer that they are seeking damages, and either they can settle, or we could see this ending up in federal court and a jury could decide if this family is due any damages since. So we do know the one officer has resigned on his own terms off the force. But at this point, going about 3 weeks after, we don't know if the other officers are being reprimanded, disciplined, kind of what's the fallout of that. We have asked MPD, who the latest update we have is that they are still looking into what happened. But as far as the current status of the other officers, we are still working to confirm those details. We also have a request out to Melbourne Police trying to get a better understanding of what is their policy. If officers are sent out to look for missing people, whether that be teens or not, kids, how should they approach these situations? So we are still working to read through that policy and see what is the policy in place. But Garrett, that's where we stand right now. The mother in this case is demanding a full policy change. She says something needs to be done or culture needs to shift if this is how this happened. And her goal going forward is to never see an alleged takedown like this of another teen.
So, Esther, this is something that's going to end up costing taxpayers, it seems, one way or the other.
One way or the other. And the only financial claim that we've seen so far is for $180,000. That is the one claim that is in writing. This lawyer is saying you can settle with us now. That's what we are demanding. But if this were to go to trial, and if we see a federal jury decide on the amount of damages, we could see that number go higher. So yes, this ultimately, with a lawsuit likely coming, will end up costing the taxpayers. And as far as policy change, though, we'll have to see if the department decides to implement any lasting changes going forward.
Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, you've been on top of this story, been investigating a lot and breaking news about it. So we appreciate you joining us and giving us the latest here on Florida Live today.
Yes, and we'll definitely keep you posted.
Well, we are just getting started here on Florida Live. Still have much more to come over the next hour here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 Plus. So don't go anywhere. But before we go to break, I want to get your input here on our poll question of the day. Throughout the day, we've been asking you if you have strong feelings about the time change and about the Sunshine Protection Act that the House passed yesterday. As I said, we're going to be talking about the science of this coming up a little bit later in our show. But right now, we want to know how you feel about this. So go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Right now, it looks like about 64% of you say you are in favor of keeping daylight saving time year-round. So that's the time we have right now. But about 19% of you say you would rather keep standard time permanent. And about 17% of you say, nah, I'm fine with changing clocks a couple of times a year. We want to know what you think. We've had some good comments come in throughout the day as well. Folks letting us know, the reasons for some of why they feel the way they do. It's something that you probably have a stance on one way or the other. So we want to know, again, fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we have much more to come, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Garrett. Well, U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe just wrapped up a press conference here in Tampa where he was talking about 19 people who pleaded guilty in a massive check fraud conspiracy. And some of these people included members of the Polk County gang called the Trap Boys. So this investigation began in June 2022 when Polk County deputies responded to a call at a Chevron station and arrested Tyler Jacob. So at the time of his arrest, deputies say they found a handgun, ammunition, a computer, a cell phone, and a notebook that was filled with stolen personal information. They also discovered numerous fraudulent checks and 27 debit cards that were in other people's names. Investigators later determined that the stolen personal information in the notebook actually belonged to deceased individuals, people living in assisted living facilities, and those who are mentally incompetent. So a search warrant for Jacob's computer revealed check writing software used to draft and fabricate the checks, which belonged to businesses and people who had already reported fraud on their accounts. So at Jacob's home, detectives also uncovered tools of the trade, including scanners, printers, shredders, and victims' financial documents. Prosecutors say Jacob was the leader of the conspiracy, which defrauded over 200 victims, 26 banks, 3 credit unions, and several businesses across Florida as well as across the country. Again, as we mentioned, 19 people did plead guilty to this massive check fraud conspiracy. Garrett?
All right, Nancy. Now, next in our Tampa Connection, we are following up on another teen takeover over the weekend. What do we know about what happened in Bradenton?
Yeah, so investigators tell us that between 250 and 300 teens gathered near the Riverwalk area of Bradenton. Now, they gathered late Saturday night, actually just after dark on Saturday. So officers said that they knew about this gathering ahead of time and they were already in position. And as the crowd grew, police shut down Rossi Park and a nearby skate park, ordering the teens to call for rides and to go home. Police say the crowd then moved toward nearby businesses, including a Wawa and a Domino's Pizza on First Street. However, along with help from the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, the teens were kept out of those stores. Now, department spokespeople say that they stepped in to keep the public space usable for families and to prevent any violence from breaking out. No fights or injuries were reported and no arrests were made. Bradenton police are warning that they will shut down Rossi Park in advance if they get the word of future gatherings. This incident follows a string of similar social media-driven teen takeovers across the Bay Area. In May, Tampa police arrested 22 people and seized 2 guns at a gathering in Curtis Hickson Park. That same month, a 17-year-old was shot during a teen takeover at Clearwater Beach. Clearwater police confirmed this week that 5 juveniles are now in custody for that shooting, and officers are still searching for an 18-year-old suspect. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa Connection today, the end of an era for a ride at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
Yes, the Busch Gardens Tampa Bay will be retiring Kumba, and they are retiring it to make room for a new ride called Kumba's Revenge. And this next generation roller coaster is part of a more than $100 million investment upgrade to the park. The announcement also marks the end of an era. The legendary Kumba roller coaster will take its final ride this summer after 33 years in operation. Park officials say guests have until Sunday, August 2nd, to ride the iconic roller coaster one last time. Annual pass members will get exclusive ride time on August 1st from 8 until 11 in the morning. When Kumba debuted in 1993, it was Florida's tallest, fastest, and longest roller coaster. It featured a 135-foot drop and 7 inversions. Park President John Vague says that the legend of Kumba is not ending. Instead, it will be evolving. He says Kumba's Revenge will honor the original ride while delivering an entirely new level of thrills. Garrett?
That'll be interesting to see what that ends up looking like. If they say it's kind of continuing that legacy of that ride and maybe with a different spin on it, no pun intended. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. And again, this is part of a $100 million upgrade to Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. So it will be definitely interesting to see how it all plays out. Will it be Kumba, an improved version of Kumba, or will it be an entirely new ride altogether? Or is it just something that's getting, a modern day facelift? Because it's been 33 years that Kumba has been operating at Busch Gardens. So it'll definitely be an exciting new time at Busch Gardens.
Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me live now. And Noah, the National Hurricane Center identifying now a second area of interest that we're watching.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit more interesting after what's been a quiet season so far. But remember, areas to watch are not actual systems yet. So two areas that may become something, but they're low chances.
Because we don't like hearing things are getting more interesting when we talk about the topics. That's not something we like to hear.
The graphic has colors on it for the first time in a while. We'll go with that. The graphic's been kind of plain for really all season, and there's two zones to watch in yellow. You can see them here. Let me zoom out so you can see. One across Florida, then one way out in the deep tropics, and the one way out in the deep tropics has a 10% chance. We've got two areas, one across Florida, one back off the coast of Africa. Now, the one off the coast of Africa we'll come back to in a second. But the one here close to Florida, what we're going to be watching for is an area of low pressure that's going to try and form in the eastern Gulf. Now, let me just give you the lay of the land here, and I'll just kind of draw with you here what may be happening. So Saturday into Sunday, we're going to get a big trough in the jet stream like this. And when we get a trough, you get low pressure that can form at the base of the trough. So the base of that trough would be right here. So remember, in the atmosphere, the jet stream does ridges and troughs and ridges and troughs. That's how it goes around Earth in the northern and southern hemisphere. So this weekend, we've got a big trough where the air is falling like this. So trough. And when you get troughs that go over the warm ocean water, you can get tropical development at the base of the trough. So if the trough is like this, that's kind of why you see the Hurricane Center drew that the way they did, from the base of the trough and then going downwind, because the wind is blowing like that. That's where there could be a tropical system this weekend. If it forms, it would form in the eastern Gulf, then track across Florida, and then up towards the Carolinas heading into early next week. Now, the question with this will be, does the system, there's going to be that trough, does the trough dig so far south that it goes even further south into the Gulf like that, meaning that this low pressure would form way down here? That would give it way more time over water before going up like that. That would be a scenario where we almost certainly probably get a tropical storm Bertha this weekend into next week. Now, only a handful of models suggest that. There's a handful of others that say, you know what, that trough is only going to go like this, and that low is going to form over land up here over South Georgia. Then we don't get anything tropical, and it's not a concern. So the question will be is, how does that dip in the jet stream this weekend, how far south does it go? Does it go so far south into the Gulf that this system gets a lot more time over water, hence it has a better chance of developing, or does it stay like this over land and we don't get any tropical development? So that's why for now, two things, the Hurricane Center drew this the way they did. Remember the area, that's the area where there could be tropical development, A, and B, that's why they oriented it the way that they did. Now, the other system out across the Atlantic, by the way, we'll come back to that in a second, but whether this does become a tropical system or not, the forecast for now is for a lot more rain and storms this weekend. It's not a washout, but there's going to be that low pressure will form somewhere, whether it's a tropical entity or not. We're going to get a lot more rain this weekend. So that's the sensible impact of what does it mean in Florida. Well, what it means for us in Florida, a lot higher humidity, a lot more rain for the weekend. Now, we have another system way out here, which we're going to see very few of these this hurricane season because of one of the strongest El Niños on record. This one out here is a 10% chance. Now, this is not going to do anything and zero until at the earliest it gets probably out over here. So what that system is going to do, and I'll show you in a second, let me pull up the tropical satellite. I actually have barely showed this year, which is wild. We've had so few systems so far this year. Let me zoom you out and show you the entire Atlantic basin. So you can see that tropical wave out there actually right now. It is out there spinning, and here it is. So here's the Atlantic basin, and notice there's, first of all, hardly any storms or convection across a good part of the basin. There's like nothing. There's zero. It's very quiet. But way out here, that's that tropical wave right there. So what that's going to do is track generally west over the next few days. It'll start to lift north. Then by a week from now, it'll be somewhere about here. Then likely it'll get pushed like that. Now, in a normal hurricane season, these types of things and setups are what do produce tropical storms and hurricanes. The reason why this is not going to do anything until it gets over here is because the wind shear in this part of the Atlantic basin right here is extremely strong because of El Nino. Hence why if you look at the satellite, you hardly even see a rain shower. That's like unbelievably quiet. Literally, look, I mean, I'm not even kidding. There's hardly even any clouds. That's because that's what El Nino does. It makes it very hostile for thunderstorms or even any weather. So this tropical wave, if it survives through this box over here next week, maybe could become something. But even if we cross all of those if and thens, would not be any risk to the U.S. or Florida. So we'll just keep an eye on that one close to home for the weekend. All right, temperatures out there right now, hotter today as expected, lower rain chances as expected. We should top out in the mid-90s out there today. You can see statewide, it's hotter today. Everybody's going to be in the 90s, a lot fewer showers and storms today, a little bit drier air aloft, a little bit more dust at play. Heat index, pretty classic for July. Look, this is what I would say is average on a day-to-day basis is something around 100. Over 105 gets a little bit more uncommon. Above 108 is more in the rare territory. So classic stuff for right now. Let me show you the future cast for the rest of today. And actually, I'll tell you what, I'll take you through Friday. So here we go. Here's 2 o'clock. Notice as we go through the day, notice the computer model by 4:30 wants to develop some storms here. You can see some of these storms. I doubt it. Let me go back to the radar, the live radar. That's some computer model. Here's the live radar. And notice there's nothing going on. Oftentimes computer models, they struggle to handle dry air and dust aloft. Notice there's nothing right now. We'll go back to the computer model. It's 2:24 now. So the computers think within the next half hour, we're going to get all these storms to form. So going to hold the forecast mostly dry today. The models try to spin up some showers. I doubt it. So if anything forms tonight, it's probably going to be pretty isolated, if at all. Tomorrow, same thing. The models are really trying to fire off storms. I don't think it's this widespread tomorrow. All of the models are just over portraying the storms for today and tomorrow. By Friday, different story though. The atmosphere overall will get more humid and loaded with moisture. And I do think this Friday, notice here Friday starts the beginning of more widespread showers and storms. In fact, look, there's 3:30 Friday. We've got a lot of storms and showers out there. There's 3:30, there's 4. In fact, there's your Friday evening, Garrett. It's pretty wet. So the next 2 days are going to end up mostly dry. Let me show you the setup for the weekend. So to piggyback off the tropical discussion, here's what it is. The area of low pressure, we had this drawn up actually 2 days ago, so this is really not changed the setup. Low pressure forms, does it form, I'll just move this by hand. Does this low form right here? Does it form down over here? Or does it form up over here? The further out over water it forms, the more time it would have to try and develop, and the higher the chance of something tropical. Right now, I think it forms too close to the coast to do anything of note tropically, but there are a handful of the models, especially the Euro, tries to develop it further out over the ocean, and then we get Tropical Storm Bertha. So we'll see. As of today, I don't think there's really anything to be too worried about. Whether it does develop or not, the forecast is consistent that we're going to be on the east side of this low, whether it's tropical or not, and we're going to get a lot of humid air out of the Caribbean. We're going to get a lot of moisture and a lot of storms and showers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, moving up out of the Caribbean. Again, whether we throw in the element of a tropical entity or not, we will see. Here is the latest computer model. I'm not sure why it's not loading, but I'll fix that for you later. So yeah, the idea here, Garrett, is that for the weekend, we'll continue to watch that. Here's the European model. I'll leave you with this. This is the Euro Ensemble. Still has about a 15% chance. In fact, this model we've shown the last few days on the air, Garrett, it's been pretty consistent. And the Hurricane Center, as you saw, has 20% now. So basically what an ensemble is just we take the computer model. We've all heard Euro GFS, and we run it a bunch of different times and then take the average. The reason why we do that is because it accounts for error and more uncertainty. So if you run a model once, you only get one scenario. If you run it, in this case, 100 times, we have supercomputers that do that now, because it takes a long time to do it. It takes a few hours. You take the average of 100 different scenarios and merge them together. That's what an ensemble is. So 100 different versions of the Euro are on this chart, and about 15% of them develop Tropical Storm Bertha this weekend. So is 15% high? No. It's something to watch. But again, Garrett, I guess the take-home message here would be it's Wednesday. We're talking about a chance something forms Saturday or Sunday. So there wouldn't be a lot of lead time. Even if it did form, it wouldn't be a big wind maker. It'd be more of a rain and flooding threat. But if it did form into Bertha, it would just accentuate the rain amounts for the weekend.
So that's the big story, is the moisture.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it would have to rapidly intensify with a very narrow window to it to be a notable wind impact for the weekend, which that can happen, but it's Wednesday. We'll revisit this tomorrow.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. This week, Christopher Nolan's new movie, The Odyssey, comes out, released in theaters everywhere, and there is a lot of anticipation for it, a lot of excitement for it. This is a movie that was intentionally shot and created for IMAX 70mm film. That is an experience that you can only see at 40 theaters around the world and only 24 in the United States. One of them is in the state of Florida. It's in Fort Lauderdale at the Museum of Discovery and Science. And earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, I had the chance to speak with the president and CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science about how they've been getting ready for all of the excitement surrounding this movie and the fact that they have sold out of their showings of The Odyssey for weeks.
It is a really, really busy week here at the Museum of Discovery and Science. You know, this is so much bigger than a movie. This, as you say, this is absolutely one of the greatest cinematic experiences that you're ever going to see. This is seeing a production in the way that director Christopher Nolan truly imagined it and truly filmed it, and only place in Florida that you're going to be able to see it, and one of only a handful of places in the world.
Yeah, just one of 40 cinemas in the world and 24 in the U.S. That can show it in this format. So why this format, Joseph? I'm sure that's a question you get all the time. Why is it that a filmmaker like Christopher Nolan would have shot and intended for this movie to be seen like this? What advantage does it give? What can viewers expect from the experience?
You know, it starts with the scale, right, Garrett? So, you know, our screen is 60 foot by 80 foot. You know, that's big enough to see a whale or perhaps a cyclops life size. And, you know, when you look at the film, it's a 1570 millimeter film. So each frame is 70 millimeters wide, 15 perforations. It gives you an intensity that is just unparalleled. And so every frame captures so much more information. And so when it's projected onto, you know, the biggest screen in Florida, you're seeing, you know, every bead of sweat, sweeping landscapes in detail that your eye just literally is taking in every corner because it fills the entire screen. So every single screen, you're not just watching a movie, you truly are immersed in it.
What does it take to run something like this?
The projection system alone is amazing. You know, IMAX is one of cinema's greatest technical achievements ever. And so we are so fortunate at the AutoNation IMAX Theater here at the Museum of Discovery and Science to have the original IMAX projection that has been carefully restored and looked after since 1992, as well as, you know, the latest, greatest digital projection system. But it takes an amazing team and, you know, huge recognition to the talented team that we have led by Armando, who's our chief operating officer. They put together this complicated reel. You know, think about this. When it's a digital projection, you know, it's so much simpler. Every single frame has to thread through perfectly, consistently for the entire, you know, almost 3-hour length of the movie. And they do it perfectly every time to create this amazing cinematic experience.
How do you do that? Is that a lot of, is that training? Is that, what is that you know, allows you to operate it perfectly?
It's a lot of training. We've worked very closely with IMAX since we opened in 1992. It's, you know, annual trainings, annual inspections, repeated experiences to make sure that every detail we go through and make sure that, you know, there's not a speck of dust out of place on the screen. There's a whole complex system to make sure that the temperature, the humidity, everything in there is absolutely perfect to make sure that when our viewers come in to see this movie starting this week, it's going to be immaculate, breathtaking, and something that truly they may have never seen before.
Yeah, and something that you can't just put it on autopilot. Got to be monitoring it as well, as I understand it, throughout the course of the movie.
Absolutely. They are there practically 24/7 for the next probably 6 weeks, making sure that every single aspect is able to be brought to life, because we want to make sure that when the Odyssey is shown, it truly is shown exactly the way that Christopher Nolan envisaged it to be seen. And this is, one of the only places that you're going to be able to see it the way Christopher Nolan truly imagined. And we know he is so spectacular of a director. You think about his work, whether Oppenheimer, Dunkirk, Interstellar. What all of these movies have in common is the spectacular scale, the awe, the attention to detail. And so our mission here at the museum is connecting people to inspiring science. And what better way to connect, cinematic storytelling, engineering, and technology to bring something to life in a very unique way.
How far out are y'all sold out for this, Joe?
So we have sold over 12,000 tickets so far. We are adding screenings fast and furiously. So there are still absolutely plenty of tickets for people to come see the movie. We are having people coming in from all over the state and beyond. From Orlando, it's a hop, skip, and a jump on the Brightline. Brightline's just across the street from the museum here in Fort Lauderdale. So we're expecting lots and lots of people to make the trip, come see this in a way that really is going to be breathtaking.
How much does a ticket run to watch it in IMAX 70 millimeter?
So tickets are $25. We also have an amazing VIP package, which is available as well. And perhaps for those of you who are new to Fort Lauderdale, we by far have the absolute best popcorn of any movie theater you will have been to. Our popcorn is spectacular.
I want to ask you about the experience of something like this. There has been a lot written over the past few years, death knells for movie theaters, obituaries written. But when you have a movie like this that truly is just an experience, and they say see it on the biggest screen you can, what does that do for movie theaters and just kind of the communal film watching experience?
I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Streaming is so convenient, but nothing compares to being in a movie theater surrounded by movie lovers or Greek mythology lovers or, cinema lovers, Christopher Nolan lovers, being in that shared experience, having the scale that we do. There are some big home movie systems out there, but none of them are 60 foot by 80 foot wide. None of them have 70 millimeter film projection systems. None of them have a team of people making sure that every part of the experience is perfect. But there's something really special. It's almost like going to a concert, like going to a football game, like going to a soccer game, and having that shared experience, that shared memory. I think that's what makes this unique.
Have you gotten to see the film yet, Joe?
I have not. I've been really, really good. I have not taken a peek. I have not, popped into the projection room. And literally because I want to do it the same way everyone else is. I'm going to be there with a group of friends, opening night, 5:30, in the queue. I want the whole experience that everyone else is going to enjoy.
What are you most looking forward to about kind of seeing it and experiencing like that?
For me, much like being the CEO of the museum, my biggest enjoyment is seeing, a child walking through the museum, having an experience for the first time, that wow moment, that aha, the moment their eyes light up and get excited by seeing, one of our amazing exhibits, or in the IMAX, having this amazing experience. I always like to stand outside afterwards and just listen to the buzz, listen to the energy, thank people for coming, and We know that people are going to be coming back multiple times. We've already had so many people buy multiple tickets because the screen is so big. The experience is so immersive. You're going to want to see it multiple times to take everything in.
So where can folks learn more if they're interested in trying to get one of those later new screenings that you might be adding to see this movie and experience it in IMAX 70mm?
Absolutely. Visit our website, www.mods.org, mods.org, and tickets are ready and available to be bought right now.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live, taking another look at our poll of the day here. Our big question has been, if Congress were to lock the clock, do you have a preference on what the time would be? And we're asking this because just yesterday, the U.S. House passed a bill in bipartisan fashion that would create daylight saving time, make that permanent across the country. Now, would you like that? 60% of you say yes, 28% of you saying you would rather have permanent standard time, and about 12% of you saying you would prefer to keep the time change with the seasons, so changing those clocks a couple of times a year. Again, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. And the big question today we have been wondering about is, what does the science say, and what would the impacts be when it comes to things like sleep and things like that, about no longer changing the clocks, being on daylight saving time permanently. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we are joined by Dr. David Kuhlman, who is a spokesperson with the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Kuhlman, thanks so much for taking the time here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
So first, just want to get your take as an expert in this, what sort of impact we might see, at least at the beginning, if daylight saving time were to become permanent.
Well, first, I saw that poll. That's remarkably consistent with nationwide polls that only about 12% of people wanting, to keep on doing this to themselves. I don't know why they would want to do that. But I think you had 60% preferring the daylight saving time, which I'm not surprised by because you guys are in Orlando, South. You got a lot more sun. But what it does is that, from a medical perspective, especially when there's you're at the more northern, more eastern latitudes of the time zone where you get a lot less sun, it impacts what time like sunrise is not going until like 9 o'clock in the morning. And that impacts, a lot of safety. That was the big reason in 1974 why they just did away with it, because it was not popular and it was impacting, children's health, including in Florida. 6 children passed away in Florida as a result of traffic accidents when we moved to permanent daylight savings time back in 1974.
And so, we were showing some of what the approximate kind of times of sunrise and sunset would be in summer and in winter. And the difference is, like you said, it's kind of starkly different in some places, depending on where you are in the country. So you're looking at potentially major impacts in some places.
In some places you are. And, yes, you give from a medical perspective, how does it impact things? Well, even when you're asleep, all 8, like let's say hypothetically, how many of us get 8 hours, but really that'd be great to get. But all 8 hours are not the same. If you're going to bed at 10 p.m. and waking up at 6 a.m., that's a lot different than going to bed at like 3 in the morning, waking up at 11. As far as secretion of hormones, especially when it involves light, light can impact hormone secretion. It can impact growth hormone. It can impact the hormones associated with weight. It can impact food cravings and blood sugars. But 3 different hormones, when they're hit by light, they make a significant impact, and those are melatonin, so it impacts your ability to sleep. Stress hormone like cortisol levels, they go up if there's light during sleep, and then reproductive hormones as well. So really something to think about. It's like it's from a social perspective, it sounds nice to be like just hey, let's have our late sunsets during the summertime. But you're paying on the back end. And my big concern, I have a teenager, I don't know how many of you guys have, it's so difficult to wake up in the morning as it is. By definition, a lot of these teenagers already have something called advanced phase sleep disorder, where they're wanting to go to bed later, wake up later. Well, now all of a sudden, you are making it so that they're going to have a harder time waking up. It's going to be dark. And I'm just really concerned about, the cognition component of school, but more importantly, like them driving to school in the dark. I'm really concerned about the vigilance levels of people driving at a time in the dark.
I'm curious too about the trade-off of some of those concerns if this were to become permanent, compared to continuing to change the clock twice a year, because we also know there are impacts when our body has to readjust to the different time, a couple of different times a year. So how does that kind of stack up in this?
Yeah, that's bad as well. Yeah, there's increase in there's studies show there's increase in myocardial infarction, increase in traffic accidents, increase in mood disorders. So yeah, that's no bueno also. But that's why it's like, and the daylight savings time is winning the PR battle. It sounds great, we're saving daylight. Where in reality we're getting the same amount of daylight. Standard time sounds so boring, but that's actually would be the ideal, where we don't have to worry about the clock changes. Nobody likes that. Well, 12% do apparently, but we get that what's most natural. You want to have the sun time be as close as possible to the clock time, and we're basically trying to artificially move the clock by an hour, and that's not good for your overall health.
It's an interesting conversation to have. Dr. David Kuhlman with the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. We really appreciate your perspective here and sharing some of the science with us. We appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
And Dr. Kuhlman and everyone else out there, make sure you vote in our poll. Go to fox35orlando.com. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen as well. Let us know what you would prefer. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. All right, Dr. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. We've gotten some news today about the opening of the Magic of Disney Animation at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And I spoke with Drew Smith, you know him as Drew the Disney Dude, to tell us what we need to know about that opening date and what we can expect.
Now, our final big opening / debut for Walt Disney World this year in 2026 is the Magic of Disney Animation. And what I'm really looking forward to with this is that it's a return to form for 4 Hollywood studios. The Magic of Disney Animation actually already existed at the park a while back. It closed for Star Wars launch day when we were going through that Star Wars craze, but now it's coming back in a brand new way with 4 big offerings, like I said, Garrett, opening on September 14th at the very end of summer. But I'm a big fan of Disney animation movies, so actually having an attraction with these experiences is something to look forward to.
So what can we expect with this? What all does this entail? What all can we expect to see once this opens?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying we already have that courtyard area open now, the Walt Disney Studios courtyard, which has been actually my favorite area to spend time in at Walt Disney World. You've got roaming characters, a lot of kinetic energy, kids and families getting to see their favorite characters just in the courtyard without waiting in line. And there's 2 shows back there already, The Little Mermaid, A Musical Adventure, and Disney Junior, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse Live. So this area has already started to come to life, but the attraction itself, opening on September 14th, is the big one. And inside, you're going to have 4 main things to experience. Olaf Draws, which is a brand new take on the Animation Academy, where you're going to get to learn how to draw your favorite Disney characters, but this time it's more of an actual attraction inside of an attraction with the brand new Olaf audio animatronics figure. Josh Gad has returned as the voice of Olaf, and he's going to kind of have this play between the animators on screen with Olaf to where kids are more interested in this attraction. And then right next door, you're going to have Drawn to Wonderland, an indoor playground. And this one, again, it's awesome because an indoor playground with the Florida weather is awesome, where parents can just sit to the side, take a minute to relax, the kids can have fun, and that's inspired by Disney legend Mary Blair's concept art for the original Alice in Wonderland. And then across the way, you're going to have Off the Page, and this is where you're going to actually get to meet these characters like Rapunzel and Donald and Daisy and Chip and Dale and Goofy and Mulan, which some of these characters were actually animated in this building decades ago, literally in the same exact spot you're going to meet them. So lots of full circle moments here. And the thing about this one that I'm liking a lot is that off the page, every place where you're actually interacting with these characters is inspired directly by how the actual animation process works. So as you're seeing with Rapunzel, kind of that multi-plane camera, I believe that's what that area is inspired by, how there's depth to these scenes back before when these movies were first being created. So there's a lot of honoring Disney's history there with that area, and just being able to meet those characters that you're seeing in the courtyard now. They're going to move inside. And last but not least, you cannot have a Disney animation attraction without Once Upon a Studio. That was the short film that debuted back in 2023 for the Walt Disney Company's 100th anniversary, and here it's going to have a special twist. So the short film itself is the same, but since you're actually in that theater in person, there's going to be some enhanced effects, and the portraits on the walls are going to come to life with brand new animation. So lots of things that we know and love, lots of those classic offerings, but all 4 of those things coming together, it's a lot to look forward to, and it opens pretty soon, just in a couple of months.
Yeah, it won't be long now. What does this add to the park that maybe Hollywood Studios had been missing for a little bit?
Yeah, I think the big thing with Hollywood Studios that I'm really looking forward to is some of the stuff we've seen debut recently, like Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, to the updates on misspeaking here. Millennium Falcon Smugglers Around with the Mandalorian and Grogu, and then the courtyard and all these shows, and then seeing this open is really the balance of offerings across the entire park. And also kind of like how I just mentioned, just how this honors what the park has had before. I think Disney clearly saw this space as, yeah, we really don't have much here. I mean, if you walked into Animation Courtyard before everything closed and got transformed, it kind of felt like the pandemic. There was no one back there at all. It was just abandoned. It was pretty much just a concrete pad. There wasn't much happening at all. Now you're really taking an area that desperately needed something. It's getting the investment and love that it needs, and what better way than to honor that actual feature animation building that is still there today. So where all those movies that were animated decades ago, that building is still there. Now they're like, all right, we can honor this by doing something brand new. And also just just like before, you have that Animation Academy experience. That's been a part of Disney parks for decades. You have the Animation Academy out in California as well, but bringing it back in a new way with an Olaf animatronic this time, to where you're not just learning how to draw characters, but you kind of have that heart and humor of a character. And there's going to be some feedback on that one because you no longer have an animator in person, which, yeah, it's a big change, but I don't think we can review it yet because it hasn't debuted, and I'm sure Disney will be paying close attention to that feedback there as well. So it's just nice to see a classic offering alongside those recent things, and then I guess looking even into the future with Monstropolis, that Monsters Inc. land, that's the big one down the road. So just a wide variety of offerings, and I think that's really what makes Disney thrive, is when families can come to the parks together, have fun together, and then say, hey, let's all go to the parks. That's when you get that repeat visitor, and that's where the Disney love begins.
Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, speaking with me earlier today. Give you a live look right now in Pennsylvania, where President Trump going to be speaking as part of this Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll have that live streaming for you. Thanks for joining us today on Florida Live.
Hello, my name is Loris Leone. I'm going to take over for a little bit. I am brand new at this, so please be patient with me as we go along for this next half hour or so. Right now, President Trump is set to speak in Pennsylvania. He's at the Defense and Innovation Summit in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And now this is at the U.S. Army War College. Now he's set to speak at 3:15. Let me go ahead and take a look at one of those cameras. They're not there yet, but of course we will be on top of it and bring it to you live. Another picture that you can take a look at is going to be, there was a big crowd. We're not seeing that now. I guess that was outside, but as you can see, reporters and everybody are getting set up to speak. Of course, we right now at this time don't quite know what the president is said to speak about, so we will just have to stay tuned for all of that. And next, we have another issue that we're going to be speaking about out of Jacksonville, Florida. Let's take a look here. This is take a look over here. Again, just learning the ropes, so stick with me here. But there was an officer that was arrested in Jacksonville, Florida. He's facing charges, a battery charge. Now, this is after the Jackson Sheriff's Office, spoke to us today about what was going on. So this officer was working, and there's body camera footage that shows that he struck an individual in the face. Now, he claims that that individual was trying to scratch him, but the body cam footage, to our knowledge, doesn't quite line up to those allegations. So we will go ahead and take a look right here. Sorry, bear with me. Alrighty.
So good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. I'm notifying today of the public of an arrest of a JSO and police officer by our agency. Today, Officer Shane Sadek was arrested on one count of battery, a first-degree misdemeanor. Upon his arrest, Sadek was immediately stripped of his police authority by JSO. While there is due process that must be followed through the Civil Service protection, JSO will seek Sadek's termination. As a matter of background, Sadek has been employed by the JSO for over 3 years. His date of hire was March 27, 2023. The following is a summation of the facts which support SADEC's arrest. Yesterday evening, SADEC arrested Kashif Griffin for possession of an open container in a vehicle and resisting an officer without violence. And at the time of his arrest, Griffin was extremely intoxicated, and Officer SADEC became increasingly frustrated during his interaction with Griffin. While Griffin was handcuffed on jail property, Officer SADEC struck him. Griffin did not sustain injury that required medical attention. A second officer who witnessed this conduct immediately identified SADEC's strikes as inappropriate and reported the incident to his chain of command. Quickly, JSO's integrity unit began a criminal investigation and gathered the necessary probable cause to arrest SADEC for battery today. Because SADEC was outfitted with a body-worn camera, there is video footage of the incident. In the interest of public transparency, we will now show you the portion of that body-worn camera footage which includes the battery for which SADEC has been arrested. Typically, JSO does not publicly release footage captured on jail property due to security concerns. However, this footage has been vetted and has been determined that disclosing this footage publicly does not provide security concerns to the agency, correction staff, or those housed in the Duval County Jail.
Look at your fingers. I never did. Oh, wait, sir. I'm going to punch you. Stop scratching me with your long-ass nails. I said I would put that right there. You just scratched the out of me. I did not. I said I would put it right there. I don't have no crime. Yeah, now I'm bleeding because of you. I have nothing. I have nothing. I have no crime. I have nothing. I have nothing. I have no crime. I have no crimes. I have nothing. I never did nothing. Everything. I never did nothing to you. All I'm trying to do is you can take this off, and I want to go home. That's no, you're not going home. Why? What the Stop it. I'm going to tell you one more time. You curl your finger and reach at me again and make me bleed, I'm going to punch you in the head. Stop. I didn't do nothing. Stop tensing your hand. Bro, right there. Stop moving your fingers. All right, I'm a pivot. Stop moving your fingers. Grabbing on me. Stop. Stop. I told you, I warned you multiple times you're getting a punch. If you keep grabbing on me and moving your fingers, stop. Yeah, you understand now? Stop. I understand. Stop! Move! Stop moving your finger! Open your hand. Yeah, like that. Open your hand like this. He's going to hit me. No, he's not. Open your hand like this. Bro, he's on the arm. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Yeah, bro, I'm chained up. I'm chained up. I'm chained up. I'm chained up.
So SADEC's arrest is the sixth arrest of a JSO employee by this agency in 2026. So the question is, yes, I'm extremely outraged and disappointed in SADEC's behavior. And no, we will not train differently. This is our training and moving forward because of this incident, our JSO policy and training already makes it abundantly clear that SADEC's behavior for which he was arrested is illegal, contrary to JSO policy, and plainly wrong. SADEC may very well have been frustrated during his interaction with this subject. However, his frustration absolutely did not justify his actions. While SADEC's conduct appalls me, I'm heartened by the knowledge that the system works and has worked properly in this situation. The witness officer took the action required by both JSO policy and common decency and morality. He immediately reported SADEC's inappropriate conduct to his chain of command. This is real-world evidence that this mythical thin blue line of silence is truly a myth. There's nothing that a good police officer despises more than another police officer sullying the badge by unprofessional and illegal conduct. We stand here today announcing this arrest while simultaneously proving to the public that this agency can and will investigate and arrest its own. As I've said many times before, no one's above the law. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have at this time.
Sheriff, could you explain in the chain of events there, so we're seeing him hold him and continually say, I'm going to punch you, and then the strike does happen. Was everything he was doing acceptable up until the strike, the warning, or was the warning also unacceptable? I'm trying to understand.
Scott, there was to me, in my humble opinion, there was no reason to even think about punching him at that time. You can hold him, you can move him around, you can do what you need to do to gain control, because I think the issue was going on with the hands, because he was trying to get fingerprinted. But I can't tell you why he was threatening to punch him. I can't tell you why he punched him.
So that's not an acceptable thing for an officer to do prior to a punch, to say, I'm going to punch you because you're not cooperating?
A lot of the times it depends on the circumstances. So if you have someone that's maybe laying on their hands or hiding their hands, refusing to give you their hands during an incident where you're not handcuffed in the front, that's a different set of circumstances. So yes, you can say at that point, I'm going to strike you, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to punch you. All that's fair game, that's fine. But when you have a person in this situation, there's no reason for it.
Was the officer ever under investigation before this incident?
No, not that I know of.
Can you point out the differences in a case like this and something like McNeil where the officer hit him?
Can you tell me that there's a completely different set of circumstances? One, he was on a traffic stop, refused to listen to what he was told to do. There was a large knife at the floorboard of the car. One the officers may or may not have known about, right? In this situation, the guy's handcuffed inside the sally port. Know where his hands are. You understand what's going on. He's not posing any threat. There's nothing going on that's a problem. So you don't strike him at that point. It's clear. It's very clear the differences if you want to see him. If you don't want to see him and carry a narrative, then you won't be able to see it. Yes, ma'am.
What would you say to people who may now question whether other officers are being held to the same standard and what safeguards are in place to catch things earlier?
The safeguard is what you just saw. The officer saw that it should not have happened. He reported it, which is the way that it's supposed to happen. The reason we have these things in policy is for the officer to do exactly what he did, meaning the witness officer. See something happening that's wrong, report it, tell us about it. We handle it the next day, less than 12 hours. It's done. And that's the way that it's going to be done. Not everything is clear cut. Not everything is easy, but this is pretty simple. And the question about notifying or some officers are being treated differently, I don't understand where that would be coming from. What's the?
Well, you answer my question.
Okay.
Well, my question, Sheriff, is we work together, officers work together, there may be friends, they're colleagues, whatever. He essentially has to rat out his buddy, rat out his partner, whatever the case may be. Is that something that you guys work with officers saying, do not be afraid to come forward if someone you're with is doing something unacceptable?
So it's not difficult to realize that if a person does something like this in front of another police officer, the care and concern for me in my career is not there, right? So we have policies, we have tough policies for a reason, and that policy is if you don't inform us, you become part of the problem.
So the reporting officer would have been possibly implicated if he stood by and watched that?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we have these things in policy. So when these type things happen, example, no one told us about this other than the individual, the other officer. He told us about it, ran up through his chain of command, and they let us know. And then we started our investigative process, and we handled it very quickly, the way that it should be done. And that's why I appreciate the fact that it works. It works. The policies work. And in this case, it worked the way it's supposed to work. And we're confident that it will continue to work this way.
And why is it a misdemeanor and not a felony?
Because I don't write statutes, and I don't make determinations on what a misdemeanor and felony is.
That would be in line with the statute. That would be
yeah, absolutely, yes.
And how do you respond to people who may question the culture here at JSO with this being the 6th arrest? We
have a great culture. I can tell you that when you have over 3,000, about 3,400 employees, you have 6 that get arrested in a year. We don't want 6 getting arrested. But one, it shows you a couple different things. We don't protect and defend our own unless they're doing their jobs and they're doing it correctly. And 2, we're going to hold people accountable. And 3, again, I'll continue to say this, 99% of the employees here do it right. When they don't do it right, we take care of business. and we're going to continue to do that. And I think the employees know that. And it's important for us to share this with the public. You know, wasn't prompted to, but it's my responsibility as a sheriff here to tell you when something happens that should not happen and tell you how we're dealing with it. And that's it. Any other questions? Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
That was Sheriff Waters of Jacksonville Sheriff Office speaking today about that case. Now, Sadek, again, arrested on battery charges. He's been with the department for 3 years. We'll continue to monitor that situation as well. Another thing that we're keeping our eye on right now is President Trump set to speak here. We will see. We're watching this camera very closely to see when he pops up, and we will bring you what the president has to say this afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thank you for joining us back here on Fox 35 streaming. Again, President Trump is set to speak at the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Again, this is at the U.S. Army War College. Now, he's scheduled to speak at 3:15. If he doesn't make it on that time slot, you can surely watch this on our streaming on YouTube. That'll be available for you to see. We are not quite sure yet what the president is set to speak about, but of course, once we get an idea or he steps to the podium, we will have that streaming on YouTube and potentially here if it's on time. Now we're going to go ahead and switch gears here. We're going to go speak about James Fishback. Now, he actually brought up a couple of issues today in a meeting here. Let me take some time. It was a news conference in Orlando, and he had talking about flock cameras. So he had a lot to say about that. Let's go ahead and take to him. Give me 1 second here while I get my in a row here.
250 years ago, our founding fathers said enough was enough. They stared down tyranny across the pond. Back then it was those pesky Brits with their tweed suits and English tea. But they did not declare independence for us to lose our privacy and our liberty to this. This is an abomination to our founding fathers, to the United States Constitution, to the Bill of Rights, and most specifically to the Fourth Amendment. We will not be spied on. We will not be subject to unreasonable searches and seizures. And that is exactly what the flock surveillance state has become. Across Florida, there are 4,000 flock cameras. You can see them here. They're not just on roads. They're outside of churches. They're as you walk into hiking trails, next to playgrounds, your kids' elementary school or preschool. Ask yourself, why would the government need to know where you are at all times? There are two governments in the entire world that attempt to know where their civilians are at all times: Communist China and North Korea. And we aspire to be neither of those. Our message is very simple. Our message is 3 words: block, flock, now. For the last 6 months, our campaign has made clear that we have to fight for every single citizen that calls Florida home. Whether you voted for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, you don't want government spy cameras in your neighborhood. You don't want the Democrats or the Republicans knowing what you're doing. Can you imagine what the pandemic would have looked like if Anthony Fauci and his minions could have logged on to a flock camera and found out where you were at all times? It's horrifying. And this is the reality that we live in today. The good news is this problem is easy to solve. The flock cameras on this map here, they are funded with your taxpayer money. Flock is not just building cameras on their dime to spy on us for fun. The government is taking our money and paying Flock to do it for them. If elected the 47th governor of Florida, we will block flock cameras by the simple fact of preventing taxpayer money from going to flock cameras in your neighborhood, in your city, your county, on our highways, anywhere in the state. Taxpayer money is never to be used to spy on American citizens here in Florida.
All right. Yeah. Florida's not China. Orlando's not Beijing.
Florida is not China. Orlando is not Beijing. This is the United States of America. And it's very simple. 1984, written by George Orwell, was meant to be a warning, not an instruction manual, not an operating procedure for the government, regardless of who leads that government. Is anybody suddenly okay with flock if there's a Republican in charge? No. Is anyone okay with flock if there's a Democrat in charge?
No.
We don't want
$1 million to KKK. What are you talking about?
We don't want flock anywhere near our schools, anywhere near our playgrounds, anywhere near our city. Now, why? Oftentimes this is framed as flock is keeping us safe. Well, that's a very interesting way to put it. Because in Los Angeles, in the last 60 days, there were 161 individuals that were informed to law enforcement by Flock that they were driving stolen cars. 161 people were flagged as driving stolen cars in a 60-day period in Los Angeles, even though they had done nothing wrong. To the people watching at home, what would it feel like to have an armed police officer who was given incorrect information drag you out of your car at gunpoint, throw you onto the hot asphalt, and tell you to put your hands behind your back? These cops aren't doing anything wrong. Flock is lying to them. Flock is using erroneous AI to wrongly accuse them of crimes they have never committed. Make no mistake, in Florida and in America, you are never required to prove your innocence, and you never will be.
Yeah. God bless!
Byron Donald says he supports these cameras. David Jolly, the Democrat, says he supports these cameras. In that debate 2 weeks ago, we were the only candidate to stand on that stage and to stand on business, look to the camera and say, we will block Flock in the state of Florida. If you're a Christian, do you want Flock to know where you go to church every Sunday? No! If you're Jewish, do you want Flock to know which synagogue you go to? No. If you're Muslim, do you want Flock to know which mosque you go to? No. I'm calling on Democrats, Republicans, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, American Indians. It doesn't matter what you look like, who you vote for, how you pray. You will become prey. You will become sheep. You will become victims of the Flock surveillance system. It's called Flock for a reason, because they treat us like animals. That's what this is. Well, if you've got nothing to hide, what are we worried about? That's what tyrants say. Yeah. That's what the communist leaders of Cuba and Venezuela say. That is what the communist leaders of North Korea and China say. Well, if we're going to go with that logic, if you got nothing wrong, you got nothing to hide, then what are you worried about? Then why don't we all just wear a wire? Why don't we all just install a Flock camera in our living room? Ben Franklin said it best. Those who dare to sacrifice essential liberty for temporary safety deserve neither. But those who argue that Flock helps certain crimes at certain times, maybe it does, but at what cost? If you find someone who steals a bike, is that worth 5 people being wrongly accused of stealing a car? If you find someone on a silver alert 35 minutes sooner than you would have otherwise by just people noticing them, is that worth 5 people being wrongly accused of driving a stolen car? Everything in life is about trade-offs, and if you trade our liberty for temporary security, we will get neither. That's why, as a Republican, as a constitutional conservative, as a Christian, as a proud 4th-generation Floridian, I am fighting to block Flock, not just because they're spying on Republicans, but because they're spying on Democrats. Not just because they're spying on Christians like me and my wife, because they'll spy on you as a Muslim, a Hindu, or a Jew. We have to stop it here in Florida. We must block Flock now. Thank you very much.
Get your man! Orlando's not Beijing! Block now!
Block Flock now! Block Flock now! Block Flock now! Block Flock now!
Block Flock now! Block Flock now! Block Flock now! Block.
And remember, what if these cameras get hacked? What if this information falls into the wrong hands? We can't regulate Flock. We can't reform Flock. We will block Flock. When something is so bad, so wicked, so irredeemable, you don't try to redeem, reform it, restrict it. You ban it. That's how we solve this problem. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah. It's already in the wrong hands.
That's right.
Humans can't be trusted.
Mr. Fishback, how will you block Flock?
It's a great question. Flock cameras are funded by taxpayers at the local, county, and state level. As governor, I will pass a bill, I will sign it into law that says that no taxpayer money can go to Flock cameras anywhere in our state. This is funded by you and me, by your kids, by your parents and your grandparents. When we cut off the taxpayer funding for Flock, the cameras come down. It's just that simple.
How do we block them locally?
today. I really appreciate you letting me sit in for a little bit of time and learn from Garrett here. Now, President Trump is still set to speak. If you want to tune in and watch, you see this QR code right here. You can go see that streaming.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper